That's not a good sign. Cannot be a good sign to yawn 4 seconds in a stream. Oh no. Uh-oh. No, surely I'm not cooked. I'll be fine. Alright. We got more updates on the Supergirl movie. Apparently this movie's lost $1 bazillion. I mean, who could have seen Supergirl losing $1 bazillion coming, am I right? Who's shocked? Absolutely zero people born on planet Earth.
Will be a historically awful flop, looking at a 9-figure loss for DC Comics. And regardless of how well or horribly received...
Whoa. You say 9-figure loss?
DC Comics. And regardless of how well or horribly received the movie actually is, it was doomed before opening day.
There's been a lot of discussion online about Kara's...
Let me guess. They're gonna say it failed because sexism, or something retarded that they always come up with.
Queerness in the comics, was that something that you explored when you were preparing for the role?
It wasn't, but in honor of Pride Month, as I'm getting all these questions...
Of course. Gotta talk about Pride Month somehow. Is this a Queerly radio in the back? What event is this?
I don't know, I think that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's not centered around a man, it's not centered around love at all.
Wow. Who could have guessed? She's gonna be so excited just because the character's a female. It's like, bro, I hate to break it to you. Being a gender that half the population is does not make it's not a driving factor for people to go see your movie. Not to mention, women don't go watch superhero movies, bro.
If anything, but we'll see. I don't really know, but I don't know. I don't know.
It's great.
Probably go both ways.
Why in the world do we even need to speculate who she would date, especially when the source material already has an answer? It's just more woke nonsense being shoehorned into established lore.
Well, let's be honest, bro. They don't know anything about the source material. They're LARPing. Like they always do, right?
Since a small population online refuses to support anything they're not overwhelmingly represented in. Not to mention, this isn't the first time woke actors revise source material from a traditional love story into more feminist nonsense.
Oh, great God, bro.
What makes this film so beautiful?
That lady single-handedly destroyed Snow White. I don't even understand how they could choose that lady for Snow White. She doesn't even match Snow White's description. Yo, what's up, Frogs? How you doing, man?
Is that it's not centered around a man, it's not centered around love at all.
And we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved
because everybody wants to watch a Snow White movie that has nothing to do with the original plot of Snow White. Genius level decision making.
the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love.
As originally, that backlash looked like it was going to also result in a 9-figure loss for Disney. But actually, it was much worse. Looking at a $170 million loss, not even including any marketing.
See, it's sad though, because that's just like piss in the bucket to Disney. They don't care that they lost that much money, really. I mean, they're only making the movie to begin with to push their agenda.
Costs, they could easily double this loss, as Supergirl is looking at a similar situation, opening at $38 million, the lowest start for a DC title after costing over $180 million.
Well, it's a Supergirl movie, bro. Who wants to watch Supergirl? James Gunn has the opportunity to use every single DC character, and he's choosing freaking Supergirl and Peacemaker and turning Green Lantern into a TV series. Like, what is the guy doing, bro? The Superman movie was mid at best, right? Like, at least he chose to do something with Superman. Like, I'm surprised at this point he didn't choose to make a freaking Hawk Girl movie or something ridiculous.
I'm no math Asian, but 38 seems a bit smaller than 180 million, as I wouldn't be surprised if the same situation also resulted in another 9-figure loss, which at this point, I refuse to believe they're accidentally doing this. We really should check if these studio heads aren't betting against their own stock price and just cashing in millions off their shorted stocks, as Supergirl's lead immediately clashed against the comic book fans, stating, simply existing as a woman in that space.
Who could have seen? They're just gonna talk about sexism and women and whatever, bro.
race is commented on. They're comfortable with this weird ownership of women's bodies.
Like, these people just live in a separate reality, bro. What is she even talking about? What are they even talking about, man?
This is how it's always been for women, but it's from online anonymous.
Oh, old DC comic books, all the women are hot. Oh, everybody just wants to own us. Like, what? It's like, no, bro. People don't want to pick up a comic book and then be flashbanged by a freaking torta. It's just is the way it is, man. The same way you don't pick up a book and get flashbanged by a freaking 500-pound overweight man. You know what I mean? To be fair, women's books, it's freaking like they're getting milked by a freaking centaur or whatever the frick's going on in women's books. But I mean, I don't even know, bro.
Accounts, or someone who describes themselves as a dad of 4 or Christian, which is hilarious to her, inferring she doesn't care about their opinion, thinking if you're pissing the right kind of people off, you're doing okay, meaning she doesn't want the approval of Christians, parents, or God forbid,
of course she doesn't, man.
Christian.
She's in Hollywood. All Hollywood does is essentially breed the worst possible kinds of debauchery anybody can be exposed to.
Parents, and seems pretty pleased with the idea that they would criticize her. And maybe this would be a winning strategy if your movie was debuting in Gaza.
Like, what a cursed book, man. Like, I can't believe that's a thing that exists. Dude, honestly, somebody should read it on stream one day, just to see, man. That would probably do numbers. I'm throwing out big ideas. No, you'd probably get banned on stream if you read it, to be honest. How you doing, Absinthe?
But as long as you're trying to target American audiences and comic book fans, you're probably not going to want to alienate any parents
Not
that would be
shocking.
paying for said movie tickets. But again,
I mean, I'm just trying to imagine who the audience for that is, right? Like, overweight white women who don't like their marriages or whatever? Probably.
they don't see playing a comic book character as entertainment.
Rosa's gonna read it at
it's
some
just
point?
another
It's in the
soapbox to
works?
parrot
Oh,
their
no.
liberal talking points.
Uh-oh.
But after all this, I don't even blame the
Hopefully she doesn't get
actresses for
banned
being
live.
insufferable activists. I blame the adults in charge for their questionable casting choices in American superheroes. This is the equivalency of me starting a Christian rock band and asking Doja Cat to be our lead singer, getting that kids creator that somehow also turned out to be a hyper-left activist to get on guitar, then
Isn't it weird that the kids creators always tend to be these weird hyper-left activists who go on to try and push super strange agendas into their kids' programming? Kind of questionable if you ask me.
having Ilhan Omar on bass, and then Ben can be on drums. I said this as a joke, but I would actually listen to the Daily Choir Fire. But the difference is, streaming a Trainwreck song for 20 seconds isn't quite the same as dedicating 4 hours and $100 to see a movie supporting the stars that despise you. As originally, I really enjoyed her portrayal of Rhaenyra in House of the Dragon, where in the beginning, she seemed aware of her intellectual irrelevance.
What's been the most surprising thing is that people care what I have to say.
We really care.
Don't care. There's nothing going on
We
up
love
here.
you. No, we have
Oh,
to
thank
know.
you.
And I don't see this as
Oh, so she started off realizing that she has no real opinions and
her playing
ended with an ego the size of the freaking moon.
blonde bimbo. It's more of having the self-awareness that sudden stardom doesn't automatically make your opinions any more valid or intelligent. If anything, being an entertainer means you should be doing everything you can to leave your values in secrecy, as you want
So
to.
this is the difference between a lady like Millie Aycock and like freaking Sydney Sweeney, right? Sydney Sweeney knows she's not some kind of like political savant, man. She gets in a controversy over a freaking jeans ad and she's just like, yeah, I'm not going to talk about it. You guys shouldn't be getting your political opinions from me. Like, okay, man. Somehow I have more respect for Sydney Sweeney, who freaking showed her boobs on TV, right? Like, it just makes no sense. We live in clown universe.
Entertain everybody, not only the audience that shares all your political, religious, and orientations. Where Tom Cruise should be the most controversial and divisive star, but since he doesn't jam Scientology into his movies, he still makes millions. But no, not
Would
even
anybody even be able to understand if Scientology was jammed into the movies? I remember I had to do a project on Scientology once, and I did research on it, and it was just like, it was the most confusing thing I've ever researched in my life. It was just straight up buzzwords, man. like just words that don't mean anything. It was like the God particles and like whatever the frick. And I'm like, what am I even reading right now?
Game of Thrones is safe.
Do you think Rhaenyra and Alicent were the original heated rivalry?
Ooh, that is a take. Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, me and Emily always talked about it. We were like, something is going on.
No, like, there's
something is going on
there's sapphic...
in the Red Keep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's sapphic smells in here.
Yeah.
As this is an allusion to a hockey
I mean, are we gonna pretend like Game of Thrones wasn't already tainted, man? Has anybody seen the last season? Like, what was that?
show featuring two rival dudes that want to do each other. But now it needs to be shoehorned into everything, as even aside from her speculation on a talk show in the next season of Game of Thrones that she isn't in, Hollywood again shoehorned in a lesbian scene because reasons, completely forgetting the context of the Asian girl's character, trauma dumping how she gets used by powerful men, her horrible experience as a S-worker, and all of her regrets. The queen hears this and immediately makes a move on her, again repeating the cycle of people in power, briefly using her and moving on. It's supposed to be a romantic moment, but it's a short-sighted swipe at wokeness. But not worse than how this prequel show had King's Landing looking incredibly diverse, with equal representation of the globe, forgetting how the original Game of Thrones portrayed it. White.
Yeah, I can't wait for them to remake the freaking Lord of the Rings trilogy, and the elves are freaking black, like they were in oh man, was it Rings of Power? I don't even remember what the show was called at this point. It was just that bad.
Like the UK, which it's based off of, which infers canonically between the fall of the kingdom
Somali.
and the rebuilding before Game of Thrones, there was an ethnic cleansing. But worse, the literal second foreign forces of diversity returned to King's Landing, it was immediately burned to the ground again. And I don't think Game of Thrones is secretly pushing MAGA-based border policies. I just think they're short-sighted woke idiots. And I admit, this makes me a bit of a nerd, but this TISM level of noticing is built in with a comic book audience.
Look at me, I'm the ring bearer. We was ring bearers and shit.
Celebrity virtue signaling with superheroes, not only do they alienate their target audience to the tune of $100 million, their brand of
Gollum's just a freaking Jew.
woke ideologies will always eventually lose their new woke audience. Even with far-left politicians that live their entire careers in service of these stances, all eventually get cancelled themselves.
You gotta get the out of my hood, bro.
Bro, it is so funny that these people are crashing out over this guy for being I think he's Jewish and he doesn't agree with him on Palestine or whatever. Meanwhile, they were praising him for him allowing freaking transgenders or queer people or whatever to not get put on the sex offender registry if they're within like 10 years of age of the person that they're abusing. Like, what? What are we praising him for again?
Palestine, you already know what it is. We against the genocide. You think you're gonna come to my neighborhood, bro?
These people don't even know anything about Palestine, I'm sure, man.
It's gonna be a problem.
Scott,
like, it's just a
I think
LARP.
your legislation on trans issues and your legislation specifically protecting queers on offender registry is fantastic. And I think your policy on the genocide in Gaza is terrible.
You know what's crazy? I think if we like just put up a big border around this freaking trans event and just deported everybody inside the border, the country would crime would go down by like 80%.
Not belong here.
Maybe not 80%, maybe like 50%. We'd have to throw up another border and deport all of Detroit.
As Millie can literally say everything to validate her leftist audience, but eventually there's always going to be something we disagree on, and the only thing more impossible than making a profit with woke actors is passing the left's always evolving purity tests.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you're
they literally will consume you. The slightest hint of a wrong opinion, and you're like a freaking bleeding out person in the water with sharks to them. They will consume you immediately at the slightest sign of disagreement.
Appreciate my concise, light-hearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality. Hopefully I've earned your subscription, and you'll subscribe to Decoy.
Yeah, bro. I mean, this is going to be a huge loss for them, but again, do they even care? Like, Decoy said this earlier in the video, right? Like, this has to be intentional from them, right? They consistently, continuously keep pushing out the exact same movies. Like, who is funding these? I mean, besides globalists and NGOs or whatever, right? They're getting all this foreign funding to push woke narratives so that they don't really care about the losses. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. I want to watch Asmongold talk about it as well. From the Twitter side of things.
Supergirl opens with 36 million domestically. It did worse than Morbius. It got mogged by Morbius.
Morbius got carried by the memes, man. Not that Morbius did well, obviously, but Morbius will forever be like a cultural event just from the Morbin memes. Like Supergirl, nobody's even going to remember this movie in two weeks.
Lower opening weekend than Morbius and the Marvels.
Okay, lower than the Marvels is actually egregious. I'm going to be honest. I don't think any movie that's ever come out in the history of the planet should be lower than the Marvels. That was terrible. The only production that I think was genuinely worse than that is the freaking Acolyte from Star Wars. That was genuinely the worst thing that's ever been produced on planet Earth.
Lower than Morbius is crazy. Supergirl stands to lose $100 million. The DC studio...
Gotta love your 9-figure losses.
Tentpole cost $170 million to produce and roughly $120 million to market. Can you imagine
who are they paying this much money to, man? This is what I don't understand Hollywood. It's literally just a money abyss. I gotta know how much freaking Millie Aycock was getting paid just for the role, right? Like, there's no way it was more than like $3 or $4 million, right? I mean, I would imagine that's even high for her because, like, who the frick even is she besides being on the Game of Thrones spinoff? And I mean, I don't think the Game of Thrones spinoff has that much pull, does it? Am I crazy?
Who would win in a fight? A $120 million budget or one drunk British guy? Peter Stefan has made a statement about Supergirl underperforming at the box office. So they even went and said this. While Supergirl didn't meet box office expectations, it's just one component of a broader long-term strategy at DC Studios we remain confident in. What's the strategy? Losing money? Destroying your brand value? Basically, he's saying, like, we failed once, yes? But imagine if we failed many times after that. When did it become good Hollywood practice to piss off a potential audience? I guess women know that this is just how it's always been. If you're
See, but they've been saying this for years at this point. They're essentially in this little bubble where they hear all their other colleagues say this stuff and they just think that's what they're supposed to say, so they keep repeating it ad nauseum and they don't realize that this is what's causing movies to fail so horrendously. To be fair, I don't think Supergirl was going to take off to any astronomical degree whatsoever because it's freaking Supergirl. And, you know, Supergirl's not exactly an audience grabber of a character comparative to, like, anybody else that James Gunn has on deck at DC. Like,
you're pissing the right kind of people off, you're doing okay. Well, if you piss too many of them off, then you're not doing okay.
How you doing, man?
Can tell people a million ways and a million times about how you have the right opinions, but if enough people have the wrong opinions, then you have the wrong opinions. And you're not going to make any money. This is the girl.
I have many queer friends. I think because she doesn't live inside the binary of what we think a woman should be, that is what makes her so special and so exciting and so new.
Paul Tassi, you are not going to convince me Millie Alcock saying liberal things.
Oh, dude, Paul Tassi is such, like, a strange individual. This guy is consistently just covering the most random stuff of all time.
Is the reason why Supergirl bombed. When harassed to living hell, Brie Larson's Captain Marvel made $1.1 billion. You guys don't matter as much as you think. The movie was after...
Okay, well, obviously, it didn't exclusively tank just because of her saying all the weird crap. But to pretend like that's not even a part of it is crazy. You could just call me Sasama or Sass. All right.
Infinity Wars? Yeah, Captain Marvel did really well because the MCU was a much more successful franchise.
One, the MCU was a much more successful franchise. Two, the reason Captain Marvel did so well is because it was sandwiched in between the most important movies in the MCU. It tanked because it was a terrible movie? Yeah, exactly. But again, right, the lady acting isn't helping. DC has been a dying franchise for a freaking well over a decade at this point, right? So expecting Supergirl to come and pull in huge audience is just ridiculous. Captain Marvel was released in the middle of the freaking... What was it? Was it released right after Infinity War? Like the biggest Marvel movie outside of Endgame? Like there's a reason it got so many people to watch it. It's because Marvel was huge then. Like everybody saw the latest Marvel movie.
Franchise than, you know, the DCU, right? I mean, like, nobody cares about Supergirl. The writer for Supergirl literally only had a short film in her resume. She was hired because of nepotism.
Bro, look at her. You can tell she's not going to write a good movie. Yo, what's up, Nathaniel? How you doing, man?
And her gender.
Supergirl got mocked by Morbius.
Supergirl is so good that James Gunn wants...
That's what I said earlier, dude. Like, Supergirl, it's so funny. Because Morbius is going to be remembered forever strictly because of the memes. This Supergirl movie, people are going to forget it existed in 2 weeks. I can't believe it got mocked by the Marvels, though. That's kind of insane. At least the live-action movies tend to suck for DC. Their animated movies tend to be decent. Dude, the DC animated universe is far and away better than all of the freaking live-action stuff DC's done since the freaking Dark Knight trilogy.
Writer Anna, whoever the...
I will say, though, they do my boy Nightwing dirty in every single movie, and it pisses me off. That guy cannot escape getting his shoulder dislocated every single film.
Involved in multiple DCU projects.
And just for context, this was a comment made by James Gunn a year and a half before the movie came out.
What is it like actually writing both Supergirl and working on Wonder Woman?
I try to approach every character that I write from a place of what feels the most true to me about them.
James Gunn walking into Warner...
She approaches writing movies as to how they... what feels true to her about the characters. Not true to the actual characters themselves, but true to her. Gee, I sure wonder why nobody wants to watch these movies.
Bros offices.
Almost like she's writing the characters for herself and not for the actual audiences that are there to watch the freaking movie.
This morning.
The games industry does the exact same thing, man. The devs keep making games for themselves, pushing their own little weird narratives instead of making games that cater to their actual audience that wants to purchase it.
Oh, no.
Good to see you.
Yeah, can I say one thing to you?
Yeah.
I've watched every clip, and it looks amazing.
Oh, dude, you don't even know. I'm not going to brag, but...
Yeah, you could if you want to.
Yeah, you don't even know. Well, I guess nobody does.
I just want to get my timeline down right. And we love Henry, of course. And
yes, he's the sweetest guy.
Sweet guy.
So what I'm hearing is that they're faking gay?
Back.
It's Hollywood, bro. It's always fake and gay. But yeah, pretty much.
Thought he was coming back. Then soon thereafter, you get the gig as the head of DCU. At a certain point, you and Peter have to have that unfortunate phone call, I would imagine.
No, we sat down with him. We sat down with Henry.
So without revealing too much, I mean, what is that like to have to be the guy to tell Superman, we have to go a different way now?
It's probably good, honestly. That way he can make good movies and not...
Now he can go work on 40K. Like... But Skybrow's worked there, did he? The thing about, like, dude, the old DC cast, well, I was going to say it was kind of carried by the casting, but it was really carried by Henry Cavill. I think Ben Affleck was okay as Batman. He wasn't, like, insane as Batman. It's just all the writing was so terrible.
Be tied down. It's like, hey, I'm really sorry, but you're not going to be the captain.
Like, admittedly, I think Jason Momoa is probably a good pick for Aquaman, but, like, nobody would ever know because old DC was so garbage. Yeah, for 15 years.
The Titanic anymore. I know you were really looking forward to being part of the Concordia, but unfortunately, we're going to have to go with a different captain.
All of a sudden, they were announcing Henry was back, and I'm like, what is going on? We know what the plan is. The plan was to come in and do Superman.
Yeah.
So they completely bait and switched people just to get them excited for something that they knew wasn't going to happen. I'm surprised he's even saying this. I feel like they probably got really mad at him for saying this privately.
So yeah, so we came in, and that was really unfortunate. I'm like, this poor guy. And so Peter and I, the right thing to do is to sit down with him and talk to him. Yeah. And we sat down, we talked to him. He was an absolute gentleman, a great guy about it. He said the only thing I ask is that.
Hey, at least we're going to get the 40K show out of this, man. Yeah, he did Invincible Season 1, San Andreas, Micah J. CGI, more. Oh,
I'm able to reveal it myself as opposed to it coming from you
I've never
guys.
seen Invincible. I know people say it's a great show, but I just haven't seen it.
He's a class act. Always has been from the start. Yeah. Would it be too confusing to cast him in your DC universe going forward?
No, guys, just stop it. Just stop it.
You just let Henry Cavill play freaking Titus in 40K or something, man.
Stop the extended universe. It's over. It's done. You know it's done. What are you doing?
Yeah, they keep trying to capture that lightning in a bottle that Marvel had during their first, like, phase or whatever. And it's not going to work, I don't think, man. Marvel was great for what it was at the time, for when it was, but, I mean, how long can you keep that going on? Because eventually you have to replace characters, and nobody's going to be satisfied when you're replacing somebody like Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man, or Henry Cavill as Superman, or whatever. And it doesn't help that DC was just terrible to begin with. But Marvel started in a pretty good place with the original Iron Man movie. And the Captain America movies are pretty good as well. We don't talk about the early Thor movies. Those were awful. But, yeah. Supergirl, who thought this was going to break in, though, bro? Like, I don't even understand what the perspective was on this. Probably more of just make slot movie because we got funded to push agenda. Just like in the games industry. Wouldn't be surprising. Dude, where's the Leaf video I have in here? Oh, it's this one, man. Now, admittedly, I've already seen part of this video. I mean, duh, I freaking commented on it, but I really think this is a super important thing people need to talk about with the especially on Twitter and stuff like this, man. Like, I see this, it's like a whole meta people farm on Twitter of Christians basically farming one another by by attacking them on their Christianity, which is just like super strange.
Say it. So, you know what's really, really annoying? Is all of the Christian infighting on fucking websites all the time. It's just irritating to me. It's like, I see it on like X and it's just like, oh, like you're not like holy enough. Oh, you're not holy enough. Just fucking fighting each other. It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying, and you guys make yourself look like fucking clowns is what I'll say. Like absolute fucking circus shit, and it's annoying as hell. Calling each other heretics now is just like, you're mean, but yeah, but you're mean. Yeah, but you're stupid. Like, bro, like what are you doing? Like what? Oh my God, it's so irritating.
And this happens everywhere as well, where people hear like, oh, you had one opinion I don't like, and now I'm going to discredit your entire worldview. I'm going to discredit basically everything you've ever said.
Like, I don't know what happened. Like, this is a recent thing. Like, I'm just being real. Like, I feel like this is really recent. Like, this isn't like, I mean, that's not to say it didn't happen before, but I think it's recent that it started to happen a lot more. Like, a lot more. And it almost feels like it's because the pendulum started swinging the other way. So people started getting more bold. Dude, you know what it is? To be honest? No, it is a recent thing. What I mean by recent, I mean like it wasn't as bad. It's like way more bad now than it was before, right? So, but the problem, right? You know what it looks like? It looks fucking woke. That's what it looks like. It looks woke. It looks the same thing. You know how like
it's like woke. We've seen a lot of people on the right go towards this like woke kind of strategy for whatever reason. I don't know how else to describe it, right? But you look at somebody like Ben Shapiro, the second you talk about Israel, even like for 1 millisecond, they tweak out, and it's like they've completely lost the plot. Like, you're not allowed to criticize this, you're not allowed to criticize that, and I think I know what she's saying here. Kind of the same deal.
Woke people to be like, oh, but like, did you even go to like a pride parade, or like, oh, like,
I have a friend who animates in a Vancouver studio. She worked in Moana
like
too.
I've
never seen the Moana movies.
It's like that. It's the same thing, but like,
man, what was the last animated Disney movie I saw? What was before Zootopia? Because I never even saw Zootopia. I saw like the freaking Emotion movie or whatever, because they played it at my school, and I was just like, ah, friggin', I'll watch I'll watch a movie. Oh man, what is it called? Inside Out? I think that's the one. I mean, the thing I think people don't know, what they really believe and try to preach to people, and they have no idea what they're even talking about. That's definitely true. That's definitely a part of it. Moana 1 is good, but Moana 2 in live action sucked balls.
Christian version of it. And it's
would you dare
actually,
tell
like,
her that?
really fucking annoying. Vera Volt attacks Celestium. Dude, it's like
Inside
all
Out's good?
over the fucking place, dude.
I saw that
It's
in like
all over the place.
middle school.
And it's like,
I can't even tell you what
like,
happens
you know,
in that
whatever.
movie.
I don't care, like, personally, right? Like personally, I don't give a fuck. Like, if they want to criticize me for like liking hentai or whatever, like, I don't care. I really don't care. Like, go ahead, do it. I don't care. Do it. Like you're nagging and you're getting mad at me. It means nothing to me. I literally don't give a fuck, right? But the problem is
she's not
like,
responsible for the story to know.
Other people that aren't me. Does that make sense? Because like I'll have like a friend like be like, oh, this person's been going after me.
Well, the thing is, man, like I can disagree with Leaflet's perspective on hentai and not like want to tear her down to the nth degree because I disagree with her on this one issue, right? I like hentai too, cough. I mean, yo, what's up, Noise? How you doing, dude? Like, I'm obviously going to disagree with her on that point, but it doesn't have to be this like, oh, I don't believe Leaflet's a Christian. It's like, no, I just think she's wrong in this area, and that's all it has to be. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty simple to just disagree with people, not want to absolutely tear them down or say that they're not even a real Christian or whatever. I'm good, you?
And then it'll like good, fully absorb like their brain, right? And it's like, I'm like, bro, like you guys know that you're CCing each other, right? Like constantly. And it's just so annoying.
You CCing each other? Yeah, that's exactly what I said, right? Like when I commented on this video, I said 100% so tired of watching people who agree on 98% of issues eviscerate each other instead of fighting our actual enemies who literally want to ritually behead us in the streets. Like, what are we doing freaking arguing against these people that agree with us on basically everything? And meanwhile, we're just not going to talk about the people who literally don't even want to let you be allowed to speak.
I'd be the only one that thinks like this is woke as fuck and annoying. Actually, thank you so much for the sub, by the way. Over on Kick. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Sargent, as well for the sub. Thank you. It started after they got Charlie Kirk. It seems like more recent. Like it almost seems like the pendulum started swinging the other way, and then people started using it as an opportunity to like.
Unfortunately, it's nothing that Christians understand.
Position. You know what I mean? Like position.
Listen, I can understand and respect people wanting to talk about doctrinal issues, right? Or people wanting to talk about the difference between Protestantism and Orthodoxy and Catholicism or whatever. But at the end of the day, if you're not willing to side with your fellow Christians against the people who actually want to, I mean, straight up jihad you, what are we freaking doing, man? Like, obviously, those issues are important to discuss and, like, talk about, but we're not even going to get the chance to talk about them if we're being freaking purged by the people who actively want to destroy us, no? Like, am I crazy for saying that we have to deal with the actually imminent threat before we decide to sit down and talk civilly?
Positioning, right? Okay, you know how like people play this stupid game? This is really annoying, by the way, and I'm sure everyone intuitively knows what I'm talking about here. Where people play this fucking game where they play this like little like subterfuge, like cloak and dagger, like social positioning to like see who has the higher social positioning, and then they use that and they use like Christianity for that reason to like achieve a higher social position over other people. It's woke. It's the same thing as woke. That's why I said it's the same.
Well, that's a problem in pretty much everything, right? Like that's not exclusive to Christianity or really anything. People do this no matter what, right? There's always going to be bad actors in any group or claiming to be a part of any group. But I do see what she's saying here.
Same thing. It's like the victim hierarchy. It's literally like, oh, well, you know, I'm disabled. Oh yeah, well, you know, I'm gay. And it's like, oh well, you know what? Like
choose a struggle.
You know, I was abused, and then the other person goes,
dude,
oh,
that's literally like the freaking, you're in your backyard playing with your friends, and you're like 4 years old, and it's like, I nuke you from orbit, and then they're like, ha, I'm actually immortal, I can't die. Now I summon an undead army to destroy you, and then you just make up some other random stuff. Oh yeah, Feeble raid, by the way? Yo, what's up, Feeble? How you doing, bro? I appreciate the raid.
Well, you know,
I guess I just don't have a raid notification or anything on YouTube. I mean, I didn't even know you could raid on YouTube until Keen raided me the other day.
I'm trans, and like they just like play like this buffing game where they try to buff up as high as possible so that they can be more powerful than other people, and it feels like the same thing but like with Christians where they're like, oh, but instead of
I'm gay, you
buffs,
don't have a redirect off.
Do you see what I mean?
I don't even know what that
buffs,
is.
it's debuffs.
No
like,
one can raid
the
you.
other person instead, right? And it's like they do this constantly, and then they put people down, and then they
I'll have to look at the settings later. I don't even know what that means. I didn't even know YouTube had a rating system.
Attack them. And here's the thing that's annoying about it, right? It's like, sure, like, you know, you could say that they could be doing better, maybe, right? And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, right? Like if there's a person and you're like, you could be doing better, right? Everyone can be doing better. That's the fucking point, right? But to like specifically spend an disproportionate amount of your energy on your like attacking your own side is fucking.
Yeah, this is exactly the point I was making. These people spend every waking hour, and you see it on Twitter. There's like a big community of it on Twitter for whatever reason, just bashing other Christians on Twitter, despite the fact that theoretically we should be allies on almost everything. Like, could you spend that time attacking the people who want to freaking take their ceremonial dagger and insert it inside of you?
Ridiculous.
I told her before, there is no our side.
It's ridiculous. It's like you gotta understand that the other side, dude. I literally had. You guys want to know one? I literally had a person, like a Christian person, reach out to Nyara to try to team up on me, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, are you outside of your mind right now? Like, what? You're appealing to Nyara? I was like, what? And it's like, again, like, this doesn't bother me, right? Like, I don't give a fuck, right? These people are retarded. I laugh about it. I literally laugh about it. Like, I work on my thing and I laugh about it. I do my own thing. I don't really care. I'm not really a part of this ecosystem,
we do a very good coalition.
But seeing, like, my friends getting CC'd by this is really irritating to me. Because I'll have a friend who's like getting attacked by people for like literally nothing.
YouTube chat censors me,
or
dude.
Like
YouTube chat's
barely
just so
anything.
annoying.
And then it's like they're spending all this time being emotionally invested in like being attacked by, you know, in how bad it feels. Because it feels bad. I mean, let's be honest. It feels really bad.
I mean, I'm going to assume she's talking about Celestium here. I feel like Celestium is always getting attacked by some other person on Twitter. All most of us agree on is we don't like gay stuff. Yeah. Most of our values are not remotely the same. And nobody can expect their values to align 100% with anybody else's, right? Like, I'm sure there's plenty of stuff that, I mean, like she already said at the beginning of the video, she likes hentai. I think hentai's bad, right? I think it rots your brain. But again, I don't have a problem disagreeing with certain people on
When you have people attacking you, I mean, I know how it feels. Everybody knows how it
on
feels,
issues,
right?
you know what I mean?
So it's not really, I mean, you know, you could say toughen up. That is the one thing that you can do. Yeah, but it just seems like such a waste of time. Like such a waste of time. You know what I mean?
Like just because I disagree with her on one thing and I think she's wrong on, I mean, I'm sure I think she's wrong on plenty of things, but we don't need to, have to actively try and destroy one another.
And it's like these people are like, well, we want to
We
win
can agree on
the
issues, don't we
culture
run our
war,
team?
and it's like meanwhile they're spending almost all of their energy attacking like their own side. So it's like it's actually it's so annoying is what I'll say. It's just so annoying. And it's like the reason why, by the way, I don't really involve myself in like all of these dramas and stuff like that, right? Because it's just
that's how you view the world.
Such a
Bible's 100%
distraction. It's
truth,
such a
the
waste
rest are
of
just
time. I could be
non-issues,
doing
yeah,
like
for
literally
sure.
anything else. I could do anything else way like that's more fun, more productive than this, right? It's like, you know, it is what it is, right? It is what
Criticism
it is.
isn't attacking. Yeah, I agree. I think she's more talking about the people on Twitter that are like actively trying to destroy you instead of just having criticism about you. I mean, I think that's more what she's talking about. I could be wrong, obviously, but is this video recent or old? This was uploaded like last night.
I can do about it because I can't really control them, but you know, I'll just do my own thing. But I'm just ranting basically. I'm just bitching. I'm literally just complaining.
That's what frustrates me so much, because on one hand they argue something like the Eucharist is literal, but on the other hand they ignore people saying that Jesus is trans, pure distraction. Yeah.
There's really nothing to be done about it. I can't control them. I'm not going to conform to them. So, you know, they can eat my ass. And,
valid criticism is valid. Like
yeah,
having a prawn section in your Christian Discord
really
is valid criticism. I agree that's valid criticism. Like, I totally agree that that's valid criticism. I'm saying more like there are these sects on Twitter that will just essentially try and nitpick every little thing that you say permanently until the end of time, just because you disagree with them on certain issues, right? Like I said earlier, I disagree with her on hentai, right? I don't think you should have hentai, or I don't think you should be watching hentai as a Christian. I don't think you should be participating in that. I don't think you, and I don't think she should have had that channel in her Discord, but.
There's, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. Sad to say this isn't new.
I'm not going to try and like actively destroy her over it just because I disagree with her on that.
Learned that the Christian infighting and the Christians held cultural power in the 1900s. It was happening long before this and will happen long after. A modern term is purity spiraling. It happens when you don't purge fanatics and you allow them to establish a foothold. Drew Invictus, thank you for the 1,000. In psychology, we call this phenomenon rational aggression. It's all about status, basically scientific explanation of mean girl behavior. And that's really what it feels like, you know. Some great thank you for the sub. It really does feel like a big narcissistic social positioning game that people play. And it's like, I hate that. Like, I really hate, just as a person, like, I hate it. Like, I hate being around that. And this is why, by the way, I'm such an antisocial, by the way. If you're, like, wondering, like, why I don't really like to interact with people. I interact with a couple people, right? There's a small subset of people that I hang out with, right? Like, you know, like Rana, for instance, Waha, Ashtray, right? And among other friends, like, you know, I hang out with Celestium, too.
I think they started digging up beef from 2 months ago.
Powder, and,
I mean, it could be, right? I'm not going to try and, like, assume what somebody's talking about in their brain. Like, it's pointless for me to try and assume somebody's intentions or what they're talking about, because at the end of the day, right, like, at the end of the day, I don't know what's going on inside her brain. I mean, could she be? Sure. But I think in general, the point that she's making in terms of talking about Christian people on the internet just, like, literally ripping into each other and trying to disintegrate one another over doctrinal issues is pretty valid. Women brain, no one really knows.
You know, a bunch of people.
And as you watch Leaflet's Jesus is Based discussion with Malcolm from Basecamp, no, I haven't seen it.
And to integrate into, like, whatever certain, like, subgroups or whatever, like, little
NSFW stuff in a Discord is acting for issues.
Right? Groups
I agree.
Of friends. I don't really like to interact.
Doctrine's
with
important. I agree. Doctrine's important.
I'm
simply saying, like, there are people that will. I don't know the right way to put it. Like, people that will actually try and, like, destroy your entire internet presence because they disagree with you on these things. Instead of just trying to have, like, a rational discussion with you, they'll be more like, oh, you're fake Christian, like this, that. They'll, like, assume your positions and stuff like that and try to take you out over it.
Join, like, their group or whatever, right? I'm
like, I feel like there's
a
really big
kind of in the woods
audience on
how
Twitter
I like
for that kind of thing.
You know? And I got my ragtag group.
I'm not saying it's the most prominent
my ragtag group
kind of
of
thing
friends
for
like
people to
Rana,
try and do,
right?
but I've
I
definitely
feel really
seen it
comfortable
happen.
around Rana, for instance, right? But it's the reason why you don't see me, like, kind of going out of my way to do, like, big collabs with people and stuff. Is because I just don't. But yeah, we have our own little group, and that's fine. You know, I don't really need it to be super huge or anything like that, right? But all I wanted to say is that, like, you know, if you find yourself in that position, understand, like, where your energy is being spent, right? Because you only have a certain amount of energy, right? You only have a certain amount of energy, focus, creativity, time, all of these things, right? And if you constantly spend that time poorly, you're not only fucking yourself up, you're also not doing anyone any favors. Like, anyone, quote unquote, on your side of the battle, you're not doing anyone any favors. In fact, you're being like the opposite, right? Like, if you spend all of your time, like, attacking, like, people adjacent that like, aren't that bad, like, maybe they have a couple things that they're not good at, right? Like, maybe, you know, whatever you want to call it, like, someone has done some things in the past or whatever, right? Like, whatever, say they did porn or something, right? But then they're turning a new leaf, right? Constantly bringing that up is like, you're wasting time attacking people who are trying to be on your side when you have, like, vast amounts of absolute fucking psychos, right? And it's not even...
Yeah, I think that's more or less what I'm trying to get at with what I'm saying. There are people who don't agree with you on literally anything and want to see you you're all in our chat, any Grand Blue Fantasy relink? Dude, if that game ever adds that game needs to add Anila. That's my favorite Grand Blue Fantasy character, and she's just not in the game.
Even, like, I'm not even saying that, like don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, like, tell people if you think that, you know, they're going wrong, right? Like, you know, hey, like, you know, I don't really think that's a good thing for you, and here's why, and, like, here's, like, the explanation for why I don't think it is. And, like, I've done that too, right? But, like, doing it in public is, like, a waste of time. Doing it publicly is a waste of time. And, like, you're helping out everybody else. You're helping out the absolute fucking, like, the biggest, like, the worst people, right? Like the Quangos, the fucking...
Yeah, the infighting is... I mean, it's the same thing. You can apply it with just right-wing politics in general, right? You see people getting wrapped up in like straight up blood feuds with other right-wing creators that agree with them on most issues. Like people basically attacking Nick Fuentes for life, despite the fact that I think Nick Fuentes makes some good points. Now, do I think Nick Fuentes is right about everything? Definitely no, but you see people attacking him 24/7. It's just, why are you attacking that guy when you could be attacking freaking Hassan Piker or something? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
That's how the left lost J.K. Rowling. I don't think the left lost J.K. Rowling. I mean, she's obviously still a leftist. I mean, I guess it depends how you describe the left at this point. She was a massive feminist, but she disagrees that trans women are women. Yeah, I agree. You know, it's funny. I had somebody the other day tell me that they thought J.K. Rowling was like a conservative. And I was like, bro, what are you talking about? If that's what it takes to be a conservative, we got some big problems. It's just a 1% difference. Yeah, leftists have literally no tolerance for any kind of disagreement on anything. Yeah, once you're done fighting commies, those same people stab you in the back. Coalitions are fake and gay.
Goes that are trying to tear everything down. You're helping them by taking another person that is fighting against
J.K.
them
Rowling's an
off the
insufferable
field
feminist.
and
Yeah, she's
sapping
insane.
their energy, basically, like a fucking energy vampire for your own side. Anyway, I'm gonna drop it there.
The left has lost lots
Julio
of people
wants
like
to give
that.
me a
Joe Rogan, Tim Pool. See, I don't want to lump Joe Rogan and Tim Pool in with J.K. Rowling, though. Like, they're on totally different wavelengths. You have, like, Dave Rubin and stuff like that. It's like people I'd love to sit down and have a conversation with that I would disagree with on, like, probably 90% of what we talked about, but who simply just don't want to stab me because I disagree with them.
Bible verse. To some who are confident in their own righteousness and look down on everyone else, Jesus told the parable. 2 men went up to the temple to pray, one Pharisee and the other tax collector. The Pharisee stood by himself and prayed and said, God, I thank you I am not like other people, robbers, evil doers, adulterers, or even this tax collector. I fast twice a week and give 1/10 of all I get. But the tax collector stood at a distance. He would not even look up to heaven, but beat his breast and said, God, have mercy on me, a sinner. I tell you that this man, rather than the other, went home justified before God. For all those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. And that's true. Anyway, I mean, I guess the lesson I want to say is, like, just try to make sure you're spending your energy wisely, right? Like, don't spend too much energy on bullshit. It's such a waste of time. Like, what a waste of time. Waste of time, waste of life, waste of potential, you know? What a waste.
I think it's an interesting discussion, personally. Oh man, I did see this. This is actually super concerning with the Kids Act. I know a lot of people are talking about it now, but it's kind of crazy that it took so long.
Frank Pallone is bragging about making the internet a worse place, about requiring biometric data, harvesting your information, you know, governmental overreach, same stuff we've seen in the UK, Australia, Canada, Online Safety Act, etc.
There's picky retards on both sides who use the slightest disagreement to antagonize you, even if they agree with you 99% of the time. Yeah. That's kind of what the frickin' what the internet breeds too, isn't it? Everybody always assumes the worst about everybody else that disagrees with them, so it just kind of creates this really strange cycle of like, I'll never listen to this person, I'll never hear out this person. Maybe we disagree on stuff, but maybe we shouldn't hate each other. That's why the Bible's the goat or sheep. Yeah.
etc. Same stuff going on here with this act that they're calling the Kids Act, which, by the way, does have bipartisan support, unsurprisingly. And there's something especially nefarious about it being called a Kids Act because
the right and the government will actually be the right, and it won't just be establishment cogs LARPing as conservatives. Like, Republicans are not right wing at this point.
Politicians love to put forward
haven't been
bills
for a long time,
and
but
acts that have the complete opposite. Like the name's the complete opposite of what they really intend to do. Like they'll name something like the wonderful Make Your Life Better bill.
Half
and
the
then it's
people
like
I talk to ask me about how the Bible is real, and I just shake my head. What's funny, because they'll look at other like historical documents where there's like significantly less. I have the Chibi video pulled up where there's significantly less evidence and history and all that stuff, and they'll be like, oh yeah, dude, totally. Like I always forget. I always bring up the frickin' philosopher that, like, there's no actual frickin' like things that he wrote, but people just say he exists. And historians are like, yeah, he probably existed. And I'm like, and somehow people believe that guy exists. And they're like, oh, yeah, Jesus, you know, the most historically documented person in history. I don't believe in that guy. It's like, okay, man, for sure. Tell me you're retarded without telling me you're retarded. From what I heard, the Kids Act gives the government authority to track every American's web history. Did they not already have that power? Sorry, I like that's obviously terrible, but I swear this has already existed.
Something that's like the kid.
I mean, if they didn't have the legal authority, they've just been doing it illegally then. Which, what are you going to do when the government does something illegal to you? Like, what are you going to do about it?
Kids Act, and you're like, oh gosh, what are they going to do to kids? Like, this is probably bad. Sure enough, of course it is. So Frank Pallone says, big tech has had a free pass too long.
I was going to say, if the government ever starts talking about kids, you should get worried. But just in general, if the government ever starts talking, you should be worried. Bend over, sue them.
Design, dangerous AI chatbots, targeted ads at kids, my bipartisan...
See, the thing about suing the government, though, is the government's just going to interfere with you and make you lose. They've been doing it illegally up until now? I see.
Kids Act protects kids online and reigns...
So how does this affect, like... I know there's people that use, like, the Tor browser and stuff like that. Is that just going to be the only way to avoid this, or are they going to be able to somehow... I mean, I don't think technologically they're even able to track you through the Tor browser. Or, you know, browsers like that.
In big tech. He followed this up by saying, update, my bipartisan Kids Act passed the House today by an overwhelming vote of 267 to 117. Big tech has had a free pass for too long. Today that changes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Kids Act, which is, as my chairman has mentioned, bipartisan legislation to protect kids online and rein in big tech. And I do want to...
I'm fine with that as long as Congress has to release their web history to the public. Yeah, I mean, they've already been tracking our stuff. How about they show us what they've been searching up? Even if they did that, nothing would happen, I'm sure. Because nothing ever seems to happen, unfortunately.
Wonderful. This is the exact sort of person we need talking about tech. Previously, these losers were trying to pass KOSA, the Kids Online Safety Act, and now they're pushing this Kids Act as well, which apparently...
See, they always do it. They always name it these things where if you come out and you're like, oh, I'm against that, people look at you weirdly because they've named it something that sounds righteous or something like that. It's the same thing they did with BLM. They just use subversive language to name their thing. Like, oh, you think Black lives don't matter? It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. But the organization has basically nothing to do with that whatsoever. And they're just using that name to LARP as though they're some kind of righteous organization. It's the same thing they do with the bills.
Part of KOSA, except
and then they pack the bills with so much filler that it basically becomes impossible for anybody to even read them in the first place.
Into an omnibus bill with all of the same problems of every sort of law that covers this same sort of thing regarding online safety. This is to say, they're going to try to require platforms to estimate your age, and then when they get that wrong, hey...
It's pretty despicable that the government is probably the laziest job you could possibly have, to be in Congress.
To prove you're not a kid, send in your biometric data to prove it, because we care about protecting kids. Give us your information. And with corrupt people like this, it never ends. Hypothetically, you know, there's some people that, like, actual citizens supporting this stuff, and it's like, dude, you do realize, first of all, the problems with this, right? But that aside, even if something like this passes, they don't stop at that. That's only the start. You give them a little bit. This is a lot more than a little bit, but, you know, figure of speech. You give them a little bit, and then they always take more and more and more and more. They want more and more control, more and more power. That's how it is every single time. Now, while the Kids Act did just pass in the House, there is good news. This is not law yet. It still has to go to Senate. It's got to be negotiated, discussed. It might get struck down. Might end up in purgatory for X number of years and then get struck down. Who knows for sure how this will ultimately turn out. But so far, right now, this is not law. This is essentially only the beginning. But at the same time, you know, these people never give up. If this doesn't work, they'll try again.
They will try again.
As they always do. My point, though, is right now, it's not law. Thank you for tuning in. That's the latest.
See, it's just unfortunate, though. Because, I mean, I hate to be doomer about it, but how can we even prevent these people from doing these things? You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, even if you manage to swat down one bill, they'll just come out with 5 more. And it's pretty much impossible to rally the public against these things forever. Against all of them. Continuously. Not to mention, these people don't care about their constituents in the first place, so even if their constituents are outraged, like, they don't care. Where's the Chibi arc video? Or, not Chibi arc. Where's the Chibi video on it? There it is. Yeah, people lose focus. I mean, it always happens, right?
Of the internet as we know it. The United States just snuck a bill under everybody's noses to basically force age verification, biometric...
Have to, but eventually people just get fatigued. Also, is his PC a freaking Freerin build? That's fire.
Scan and digital ID on every single aspect of the internet. And so if this passes today...
Also, this guy's got an SDEF poster. Listen, I don't support gooning, but base choice of wife.
It's GG. And I don't normally ask this, but I'm asking all of you right now to please leave a like on this video and please comment and just share this video around.
Sure.
More people need to be aware of this situation because today is a make it or break it for the internet. Depending on how the voting goes in the House today will determine if the internet basically comes to an end. And so there is ways to potentially fight back against this today. You could call your representative, which I will talk more about in this video. But for now, please help share this video around for people are aware of this situation. This is actually happening.
Okay, no, going back to not being distracted. You finished up the leaflet project, chapter 7 images, and this is keeping me listening to you instead of working. Good luck, brother.
The entirety of the United States is about to force in age verification today.
I wish all of Chibi's ReZero
I'm
review
not
back,
even joking.
back in
I
2017.
just became aware of this late last night, and a bunch of people are
ReZero.
becoming aware of this as well. You can see a lot of people slowly starting to recognize and kind of key in on what is going on here. It is not good. You have even politicians from Japan talking about this situation. So let's dive head first into this. So basically, there is a package of multiple different bills and laws and stuff that are passing through the House right now. And basically, there is going to be a vote to be able to pass this. And the bills within this package is being supported by bipartisan support, so to speak, this right here, which basically means that both political sides, Democrats and also Republicans, are both in agreement with passing this package of different laws. And this, in one law in particular that is raising a lot of eyebrows, is the one that is basically KOSA, the Kids Online Safety Act, that will force age verification onto every single person within the United States. And basically,
how do they even go about, like, enforcing that? Like, strange question, I know, but
get into
are you just gonna have to, like, show your ID to get on the freaking internet?
It will force every single platform to make sure and reassure that they know you're of age and of an adult. For instance, if a platform doesn't know you're an adult, they can theoretically get fined and get into a lot of trouble. So they're being forced to implement some form of safety rails or guards to prevent, basically young users being able to get on. In a perfect world, this sounds completely okay. But the thing here is that we've seen time and time again with the laws within like the UK and the EU that these online safety acts, the digital, IDs, biometric scans, and everything.
Well, they're never actually done to keep people safe or to prevent any kind of, like, malpractice or whatever. They're always exclusively used to do heinous things to the people using the internet. In 2 years, they'll be arresting Americans for comments just like the UK. I'm gonna have to delete my YouTube channel.
Does the exact opposite of protecting people or even protecting kids. It puts everybody in danger. It puts your personal information out there, and it basically makes it to where everybody's at risk for potential data breaches or, just getting doxxed in general. It's not good at all. And so the point here is...
Dude, I still can't believe how lax people's, how lax doxing gets treated. Like, if somebody doxes you, you should probably be put in prison for, like, 20 plus years, at least.
This law is being pushed through the door and under everybody's noses, pretty much. It's just snuck under everybody's radar for the most part. And now it's at that point to where there's not really much you can really do but hope that there's people on the voting that do notice this and actually deny it. But this is literally happening today. On the 29th. Like, today is Monday the 29th.
I'm gonna have to delete my existence. Time to go demolition. Yeah, exactly.
This is...
They're gonna pull out my freaking PS4 live messages. Throw me in prison over calling somebody the M-word on PS4. Like, dude, it's cooked. It's over for me.
This is bad. Like, this is really, 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 really freaking bad. Like, this is basically the moment of, is it over? Is the internet dead? That is pretty much what this is. So let's get into specifically what is being said here. So we have little over 24 hours to save the internet. The vote is being rushed to the United States House floor on Monday the 29th. Buried inside the Kids Act are provisions that will push online services to verify all users' ages, require government-directed moderation, policies for online speech, and even create new rules about private and encrypted communications.
They'll arrest me for trolling.
The bill has bipartisan
get the
support and
Dankula
large
sentence,
corporate
bro.
donors who have all a vested interest in eroding your privacy and freedom of speech. Similar bills have already passed in other countries, for instance, UK and Europe, and individual states, and led to ID scanning mandates, aka what's going on, for instance, with like Pornhub. You know how you can't access it without basically IDing yourself? More or less, this will become the entirety across the the whole internet. Like, you'll have to ID yourself.
You imagine you go on Google, you have to show your freaking ID, bro. That's insane.
Just to access the freaking internet. And this will be, from my understanding, countrywide. It won't just be a specific state, it will be basically countrywide. Anyways, faulty AI moderation, the removal of encrypted messages, etc. If passed, some platforms will require ID scans from all users. Some may try to deploy faulty estimation technology that will randomly trigger and cause your accounts to either permanently delete or locked until you fork over an ID. These systems have been a disaster, where deployed in other regions it led to many accounts losses and data breaches. So more or less what—
Wow, the government wants more control over your ability to do anything. Shocking. And what's crazy is so many people are just willing to roll over and take it. I don't understand how. Like, bro, our country was founded because we didn't want to pay taxes. And now, I mean, we get taxed out the butthole and they want to freaking stop us from being able to tweet online without showing your freaking driver's license.
What's being said here is that all these platforms will implement some form of like AI system to determine if you're an adult or not. And obviously we know that these systems are very poorly managed.
And the people that do know, they just read the freaking headlines and they're just like, oh, the Kids Act for keeping kids safe. Yeah, hopefully that passes.
Basically mess up all the time. And so there's going to be thousands, millions potentially of people that are going to get falsely flagged, and they're going to have to put their ID up to be able to identify themselves as an actual adult. And basically what this means is that, yeah, you've proven you're an adult, but now your information and where you live, your driver's license and everything, whatever you use to verify yourself, is now on that site. And you're trusting this random website with your personal information.
Yeah, bro. There's a reason I don't even buy Crunchyroll. It's because they've had their freaking stuff leaked so many times. Listen, Crunchyroll's gay and all, but I'd have no problem paying for the service if I trusted them in any way whatsoever not to leak my credit card information every, 4 years.
I know I wouldn't, but that's basically what's going to happen. You want to access Wikipedia?
And that's just going to be the whole internet.
You need an ID for that. Oh, you want to access Google? You're going to need an ID for that. You don't want to watch a YouTube video to be able to save your grandma that's having some problems, basically can't breathe and you got to figure out CPR? Well, you need an ID for that.
How is this going to, work in the school systems and stuff like that, bro? Are you going to have, a freaking child student ID just to, access the internet and you can only use it when you're at school? How does this realistically work? This is obviously a terrible idea.
Basically what's going to happen here is that you're going to need an ID just to be able to access the internet at any given moment to determine your age. This is disastrous, not just for the internet, but for privacy itself. And this is the domino effect that I have literally been talking about.
Soon it'll be the UK. You have to have a freaking license to own a TV because that makes a lot of sense.
Over and over and over.
Oh, you don't have an air conditioning license. Sorry. You have to melt.
Shimonetta 1984 reality that we have entered into. If this passes today, this could be, I'm not even joking, the end of the internet as we know it. This is literally creeping towards that dystopian-like future where you're no longer anonymous. You no longer could be, a different person online.
It's not meant to work.
Be
it's a Republican's virtue signal in a Democrat's edition. Yeah.
You will now have a face attached to everything you do online. This is absolutely scary because it's a complete invasion of privacy. And the big thing that these companies want to do for you, or why they would want your information, is to be able to sell your data. But
W, can't wait to get forced doxxed because I have to show my ID to just use the freaking internet itself, man.
Also be able...
Maybe the Amish were ahead of all along, bro. What if we all go back... What if we all Go study under the Amish, man.
To target you with certain ads and make profit off of you, because
people are gonna go back to like being farmers and stuff.
If you have been on the internet, you know
Not that they're
that
farmers,
if you know
but you know
certain
what I mean.
websites track you and know what you're into, they will start throwing certain ads at you that
everybody's gonna go start chopping down trees in Alaska and building wood cabins.
You know, you might be interested in. They figure out everything about you to be very predatory to basically target you with certain ads or marketing. And they're going to go to an extreme level with this, especially if they know exactly where you live, your full name, your age, and everything. It's going to get a lot worse. And then that's not including, for instance, data breaches and selling your data to third-party companies or even countries at that. It's not good. So, yeah, everything about this is just bad freaking news. And the scariest part about this is that this is bipartisan. I want to reiterate this. This means that it's a both sides problem. This means it is Democrats and Republicans both coming together and
Republicans aren't Republicans. They don't actually stand for any values that you stand for the most part. The future's no more anonymity. We're approaching the threshold quickly all for the purpose of safety. And like Benny Frank said, you sacrifice freedom for safety, you get neither. Yeah, I completely agree. I wonder how this is going to affect something like Tor. Because I don't really understand how they're going to manage to implement stuff like that for a browser like Tor.
Like, this is good. And when you have two...
I mean, that would literally defeat the whole purpose of it even existing in the first place. I'm curious if people will go migrate over there.
Political parties...
Probably not. I mean, most people just continue on like nothing ever happened because most people are normies and don't care about the government overreach. And then they'll just complain later that everything's gotten so bad and blame the problems on stuff that they actively voted in themselves.
Always at each other's throats, wanting to basically completely topple the other, coming together to agree on something. Yeah, no, this ain't good. And I've been talking about this over and over again, that both sides want to censor the internet. Both sides want to kind of usher in complete surveillance and knowing what you're doing at any given time. Because
of course, both sides want to censor the internet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Donald Trump if this was already in effect. You know what I mean? Everybody would have thought that Russia, everybody would have thought that was gospel, bro. Everybody would have thought he 100% colluded because they would have had the ability to control the narrative over everything. They essentially just want to control every thought you ever have so that they can, treat you like sheeple. That is, of course, before they just start exterminating anybody that has any level of ability to think for themselves.
That they will be able to control the narrative, be able to censor you, and know what you're doing. I mean, we've already seen the dangers that this causes within the UK, within Europe. I mean, we've all seen it. We know what's going on in Europe. For instance, if you want to talk about illegal immigration, for instance, in Europe or UK, they will send police at your house or potentially censor you.
Normies are a pack of wildebeest that aimlessly graze with their heads on the ground. By the time they react to anything, will already be a decade into communism.
Yeah. And that's what's going to happen here.
The worst of all timelines.
I think that this is a massive attack on...
See, what's unfortunate, though, is you want to be like, yeah, everybody needs to pay attention to politics, but then you have people on the left that, like, LARP as though they pay attention to politics, and they just, like, read random headlines that people make and take them as gospel, and then you have the people that are just straight-up zealots for something they know nothing about. And you're like, man, these people can vote. We need a civics test to even, like, be able to get in the voting booth, obviously. The problem is, at that point, who writes the civics test? If the government starts writing it, they're just going to start excluding the people they don't want voting.
Freedom of expression, free speech, and also
let's be clear, the Dems want to humiliate and kill their enemies. Every Republican knows this. Every Republican who voted for this needs to be treated identical to a Democrat, in my honest opinion. Well, yeah, they are. They're the same thing. They're just establishment shills. They're all on the same team. They're all cogs in the machine. There are very few Republicans who actually care about, what they were elected to do. Most Republicans, the second they get in office, stop doing anything for their constituents whatsoever. Because unfortunately, a lot of constituents don't hold their elected officials accountable whatsoever. They just elect people into office and then forget about them until the next election cycle.
Itself,
and then they complain and then vote for the exact same person in office, like what we saw happen in California when Newsom got primaried those years ago, and then they just voted Newsom right back in.
It's horrible. And this crazy thing about this is that this legitimately was slid under everybody's noses, and not many people have become aware of this until literally today. That's insane. Like, that's so freaking insane to me. So, yeah, honestly, guys,
it's all by design. they keep it as low profile as they possibly can and try to, you know, take out any mentions of these things without a massive amount of people noticing, so that one day you just get flashbanged with stuff like this and it's too late. Indeed, the difference between Dem and Republican standards is the difference between left and right Hegelians. Both are still Hegelians, but despite their position on the wings, you know.
You can really do at this moment is what Earl Manser actually posted here, is to contact your representative on all that right here, which I will link this in the description. Please contact your representative for your state to basically not allow this to happen. It's honestly the only way to be able to stop this, but it's so late.
But get ready for your 1984 movie from the woman's perspective.
For instance,
your new recent animated Animal Farm movie. Like, basically everything's been destroyed at this point. Even the stuff
today,
explicitly calling
I don't
this
even
stuff
know
out.
if it would work. In the time you guys see this video, maybe the votes have already happened and it's already passed. Maybe it got denied. Hopefully it did. But yeah, I'm sounding alarm here because this is a red flag. This is basically everything, the build up from like last year with Kids Online Safety Act and everything.
I have buddies that read headlines and take it as absolute truth. And most of what they believe is totally untrue. They get outraged or indoctrinated based on headlines. Yep. I have a friend, I've known him for well over a decade at this point. The most, I mean, God rest his soul, bro. He lives in New York City. That guy's not going to escape any kind of like insane, I say God rest his soul like he's dead. He's not dead. He's just politically retarded. This way, none of the younger generation will learn what we've learned. Yeah. This feels like a long-term plan to me. It definitely is. They never investigate or ask questions. Yeah, they never do.
Built up to this very moment, and it's finally here. It is finally here, and it's packaged in so many different bills to make
Congress
it look
rejected
like
a constitutional amendment mandating single subject limitations for legislation. I wonder why they refused it. Yeah, gee, I wonder.
Because I want to really showcase.
It's almost like they pack these bills with so much filler that it's physically impossible for the people who actually care about them to even read them and discern what's inside of them before they even have to vote on them in the first place.
The maliciousness of how it's just very disingenuous. They're naming this, for instance, the Kids Act and all that. They're like burying it in a title like that. So basically, it looks really bad if you're against this.
Yeah, exactly. It's the subversive thing that they did with BLM and all that. They'll name it something that makes it sound like if you're against it, you're a terrible human being. Oh, you're against Black Lives Matter? You racist. It's like, no, this organization is basically just a communist freaking... is basically just a communist party. It has nothing to do with black people whatsoever. In fact, it's actively detrimental to black people. But, no, they just named it something so that if you disagree with it, you're a terrible person.
You're against this type of stuff. You legit don't want to protect kids. That's what this looks like. And it shuts down any counter argument or any
500-page bills that are straight up impossible to even read in the amount of time that you have before it goes to the floor. It should be a federal crime for a senator or congressman to not read a bill before passing it. It should carry decades in prison. I totally agree. 100%.
Any politicians that want to speak out about this, it makes them look bad. Optically, it makes them look bad. And so it's going to make it to where they're going to lean heavily on just supporting it, not to look bad optically. Because let's be honest, it's all about optics. That's what people view things as. And so optically, they're going to vote for this because they don't want to be viewed like someone that doesn't care about kids. So yeah, just...
well, they're not even voting for it just because they want to be viewed as someone who doesn't like kids. They're voting for it because this is what they want. They're all on the same team in there, for the most part. The only people that you saw voting against it are the people who were voting for it want out of the House.
Oh my God.
How dare you be against aid?
I really hope there's some sensible people at the House
1
today.
Thessalonians 5:3. For when they shall say peace and safety, then all sudden destruction come upon them.
In the United States, when they vote, they shut this down. Please, please don't let this pass. Please don't let this pass. I really, 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 really hope that this does not pass and that we find out, like, later today, this gets shut.
The government can't even pass a bill to make sure votes are properly counted. Criminals are released 15 to 49 times for crimes up until they kill somebody. And the propaganda coming out is cooking brains. 100% true. I mean, they couldn't even pass frickin' voter ID, man. 80% of people want voter ID. It doesn't make any sense for anybody to even be against voter ID unless their motivation for being against it is specifically malicious.
Now, please. Please, 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 please. I will leave it at that, though. I wanted to bring this up because this is, if we find out today if this passes or not, I will make a follow-up video. So stay tuned to that, but with that being said, please subscribe, leave a like on the video, help spread this and all that, because more people need to be aware of what's going on today. But be safe, guys. Talk to you later.
Does he have a follow-up? I need to sub to him. Didn't realize I'm not even... Okay, yeah. He does have a follow-up.
Face real harm online.
It passed.
Including predatory design features.
It passed.
It's totally unshocking that it passed, though.
This is official representatives for top Democrat. We have...
I know this is what we watched with Hero Hay, but I mean, this bill's super important, man.
Republicans as well, all in support of this bill that was, called the Kids Act that I covered earlier this morning. It received overwhelming amount of support, bipartisan support from both political parties, Republicans and Democrats. 267 people voted to basically be
I don't even understand how these people that grew up without the internet are even allowed to be in office, to be honest. No, we're talking about the Kids Act, Yoshi. No voter ID, but internet usage ID, ID to open a bank account, ID for literally anything else. Well, they told me that black people aren't even capable of getting IDs, so it's racist. Does that mean they want to actively gatekeep black people from using the internet? How could they do this? They're so racist. Just like at Canada, they struck down like 3 censorship bills, but launched another 5 and almost passed. And most passed, yeah. They don't even understand what this bill actually does.
Against freedom of expression and speech online. And
100% they didn't even read it. They just read the title and they were like, all right, send it. This hasn't become a huge issue on Twitter. We'll pass it.
117 were patriots that tried to stop this from happening, but obviously there wasn't enough votes to counter it. So the House has officially decided
black people
to
can't
move
use the
forward
internet. Oh no. Jim Crow is back.
With basically forcing age verification, biometric scanning, and any form of way to verify your personal...
Did you already talk about the situation with birthright citizenship? No, I didn't. I haven't talked about it yet, but I do need to talk about it. I don't even know if I have a video pulled up on it.
Verification
I need to pull up a video for it.
And this will affect the entire internet.
That on
the fact
earlier
that
as well.
this even passed the House is pretty damning, especially with how overwhelmingly one-sided the votes were. Like, it wasn't even close.
Like Benny Johnson have a video on it or something?
The fact that it has 267 votes and then only 117 fought against it pretty much showcases that, this is being pushed through, and both parties are very happy to push
Bro,
this
it's crazy.
through.
I search up Benny Johnson in the other tab. I legit can't even find him until I type in like specifically what I'm looking for. It just won't even pull up his channel.
And now next up
I'm sure there's no censorship on YouTube, obviously.
to decide if this becomes
super
law
deep state
or not.
Yeah, it was probably freaking what's his freaking name? The guy that always flips
a little bit more steps after that, but overall, the fact that this made it so far through and both sides
it's like my retard friend tweets headline, I am outraged. Ford's opinions from false info and refuses to listen to any counter argument. Yeah, and then they'll freaking they'll strawman your position just off of like no information whatsoever. They will give you some artificial opinion that they can easily refute, and then if you express anything other than that, they'll just pretend like they don't hear it.
Witnessing the death of the internet as we know it, like the ability to be anonymous, the ability to have your own privacy. We are legit actually witnessing this happen within the United States. The only hope that we can have at this point now is that the Senate literally shuts this down completely. There's always a chance, but it is really scary the fact that over 260 people voted for this, and it was just this one-sided.
It depends, right? It depends how big of an issue this gets stirred up as. Because there is a reality where this really lights a fire under people, hopefully. And then the Senate will strike it down, but do we expect that really? I mean, I don't know. They strawman the crap out of me. Yeah, sometimes use their arguments they give me, leaves me speechless due to the aneurysm I get from their stupidity. Dude, I love it when you argue with a leftist, and they just instantly have to flip their entire argument on a head because you brought up something that they couldn't even
yeah,
fathom.
so this is pretty scary. The fact that we're seeing the same exact speech that we see within the UK being used from these different representatives and politicians within the United States, saying the exact same words, like echoing the same thing of think of the children, protect the children, but we all know that is not what this is about. Everybody with a working, functioning
Have you seen the other one about birthright? I have it pulled up.
That this is how they get these laws passed, because they use the optics of think of the children, protect the children, and if you try to fight back against it, they're like, you're a weirdo not wanting to keep children off the internet. But obviously the real reason is to open up the door to where they can now start implementing even more draconic laws to censor your speech or spy on you and even put you at risk potentially of doxing yourself. Like, let's get into this, a little bit more of this. So basically, you know, let's say in a perfect world that this law really is the intention of it.
Ever since the Patriot Act, I mean, this kind of stuff, I mean, it's been happening literally since the dawn of time. Let's not pretend like it hasn't been. The government got this way because of the way that it's been overreaching continuously forever, but because that's just what the government does. But ever since the Patriot Act, this kind of stuff has just been repeated downhill.
It is to
like
protect
at record speeds.
Kids, and there is no alternative, like, you know, methods of what they're trying to do with this. Like, for instance, they are truly trying to protect, you know, kids from being on the internet. The problem here is that even if this is the case, these different sites, like, for instance, Discord, Reddit, Wikipedia, Twitter, all, you get the...
To be fair, kids should be banned from Reddit. Even grown human beings should be banned from Reddit. Someone was arguing me that taxes will go up because the pool in DC, and like that's now how taxes work. Nah, I don't swim in that pool. That's the responses I get. That's crazy, dude. They hit you with the algae lives matter too. They'll literally just argue anything, man.
You'll have to implement your ID or some form of biometric scans just to be able to access these sites. And can you legitimately trust these sites with your personal information after seeing continuous data breaches like with Discord, for instance, earlier this year? No, you cannot. And the fact that, you know, this is going to be implemented throughout the entirety of the internet is pretty horrifying, because this means that these littler sites, these sites that don't have a lot of money or infrastructure to be able to build probably the proper protections for you, might have massive data breaches in your information.
They're going to have massive data breaches, and they're going to essentially die out. Reddit, TikTok should be deleted permanently. I don't have too crazy opinions on TikTok. I don't know enough about TikTok. I've never used the platform. But Reddit and Blue Sky for sure. But also, if you destroy them, then the crazy people will escape containment. Same with the Chinese gacha games.
Just straight up lost. This is a doomsday scenario, honestly, for the internet. Like, this is actually a pretty dark day. Like I said, it isn't completely over. Like, the Senate can still shut this down, but the fact that they pushed this through the door with next to no pushback, and they kind of snuck it under everybody's...
Not gonna lie, it's taking everything in me to not glow like the sun. This is pushing me into Texas secessionism. Bro, but if Texas secedes, we'll never have a right-wing president again. Don't do this to the rest of us, bro. Guys, it's the government. Surely we can trust them, right?
Radar till the day before this literally happened.
Surely.
Really says what they're doing here. And I really hope that people gain awareness of this situation and they fight back, because this is not about protecting
never
kids.
Been trustworthy a day in its
this is not
life.
about think of the children. This is about invading your privacy. This is about you.
But back in the day, our founding fathers used to understand that. Well, I mean, the founding fathers obviously still understand that. They're just dead. But our government's been run over by insane people.
No longer being anonymous online and basically doxing yourself, putting yourself at risk online. That is what this is, because, you know, they're going to be implementing, these different companies and sites are going to be implementing, like, you know, age verification checks, most likely with AI. And we all know that that can get stuff very, very wrong. And so let's say you're someone that, you know, has a dying grandma on the floor and that needs help, and you need to look up a YouTube video or something or a guide to be able to do chest compressions, to do CPR. Well, you're going to have to verify your age real quick. You're going to have to put in your ID. You're gonna have to scan your face, gonna wait till the AI checks it while your grandma's potentially dying on the floor. That's what I'm trying to get. That's a very extreme example.
You can replace Texas
obviously,
with Alberta.
But what I'm saying is that
we're gonna import snow Mexicans. We're gonna import the snow Mexicans to save us from Texas's secession. If they ever hit me with the Plant Lives Matter and they're talking about algae, I would just love to hit them with the algae's a protista and not a plant. I bet they'd argue against that too. They always will. They don't actually care about the arguments. They just care about saying you're wrong. If Alberta secedes, Canada will never get close to being conservative ever again. Canada's a lost cause, bro. Thread the needle. We can take right-wingers as asylum seekers and deny leftists the same. Military and LEO service guarantees citizenship.
Stuff like this is going to cause a lot of harm. There is areas to where this can even cause people to die. I mean, very extreme, a very, very extreme example, yes. But I'm just trying to say is that this is very damaging. It puts just so many people at risk. It puts, like, you know, people's information in the crossfire where it can be lost by these companies. It's bad.
And the thing is, this is never going to stop with the internet, man. They'll try and do this to literally everything. I'll trade California instead. It's way worse than Texas. California just needs to get, we need to evacuate all the cool people out of California and then just nuke it a few times.
Absolutely shameful that this actually even passed. It is so sad.
But this will never stop with just the internet, man. Next thing you know, you'll have to freaking scan your ID to drive your car, and the government will just decide, oh, we don't like the way you voted. Your brakes don't work in your car anymore. Sorry, buddy. After they push their all freaking electric car mandate or whatever.
It passed with overwhelming support. So, yeah, I will leave it at that. I wanted to talk about this because obviously I told you guys I would give you an update depending on where the law went today, if it passed or not, and yep, here you go. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but here we are. So the only thing we can do now at this point is contact your local representatives, like different Senate members
that's a
that
sick
are going to be
PC
voting
case,
on this
man.
in the future, and tell them you do not want this to pass. That's literally the only way now at this point to counter this.
It's not really the case. It's more just, it's probably just something you put on the glass, but, or your phone will suddenly overheat. Yeah, exactly.
Because if we don't, it will probably pass through the Senate. So anyways, you all have a fantastic day or night wherever you live. Be safe.
You're freaking banned from even... You're banned from even turning on your phone one day. Let's be fair. People dying is a feature, not a bug. The Uniparty absolutely is taking revenge right now. I keep saying we need to invest in federated systems, home lab, and cryptocurrency and cryptography. We just need a Gartha already. I'm not even full white, but screw it. Commies can have their woke commie land. It would be a good science experiment to observe from afar. That's true. We'll all go into the inner earth. All right, let's pull up this this Benny Johnson video. See what's going on with the Supreme Court being cringe.
In today's Supreme Court ruling by the Chief Justice John Roberts, joined by Professor Amy Coney Barrett and the three leftists, in a 5-1 to 3 ruling, the five...
it's crazy how you can always know exactly which three justices always vote the correct way. Michael Clarence Thomas, undefeated.
Wrote that we apparently fought a civil war.
Learn as much skills as you can
enacted
so you're not
the
1000% reliant on the internet. Yeah.
provision not to give birthright citizenship to the children of the freed slaves and overturn the Dred Scott decision.
Isn't being cringe anything new? Definitely not.
That's now been expanded to Chinese birth tourists. 1.5
Moving my head back to the other side of the
and
screen.
counting Chinese birth tourists can now get birthright citizenship, where these Chinese mothers come to America.
I just don't even understand how they even thought like shutting this down was a good idea. This can only be exploited. There's literally no benefit otherwise. You know what I mean? This can only be used nefariously.
Give birth to their Chinese kids, fly back to China, never step foot in America again.
People in Night Owl said
And
it
under
earlier.
this
It's
ruling
always the
today
women
by John
judges.
Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett and the three liberals, the 14th Amendment gives that Chinese baby birthright citizenship for the rest of that kid's life, where that kid gets Social Security. He gets all the benefits of citizenship. That kid, when he turns 18, can vote, mail his ballot into America.
Trump is definitely pissed that he got, he is definitely pissed he got ACB into the Supreme Court right now.
Beijing, mail that ballot to America, where this baby has never stepped foot again since his birth. 18 years prior.
I think Amy's bound for fear. Hasn't been long
the-
since she was
that
swatted,
is
from what I
what
understand.
this
Yeah, she also probably sees what happened to Kavanaugh, and she's like, I don't want that to happen to me.
Supreme Court.
But you have to understand, if you sign up for this job, you got to be down. You got to be down to like that's just the unfortunate reality of if you put yourself in these positions, you can't just cower in fear of these people. Otherwise, everything will be, I mean, people just know they can push you around and push you into submission. And then you're cooked. Yeah, Trump and Amy were already beefing back in 2022. I do remember that.
Does that Chinese birth tourist gets birthright citizenship? This is egregiously wrong by John Roberts, Amy Coney Barrett, and the three liberals. We did not fight a civil war and pass the birthright citizenship provision to do this. The birthright citizenship provision says that you're born in the United States and you're subject to the jurisdiction you get birthright citizenship.
Her family was threatened back in 2021 when she caved.
Indians did not have birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment. Congress had to pass a statute to give American Indians birthright citizenship.
The reading comprehension of Americans being around
Indians were
6th
not
grade is being
subject to the
validated right now.
jurisdiction
Our government
of
is
the
just
United
surrendering the
States. They were
country.
subject to the
Yeah, and what's really unfortunate is it's not like a situation where you're the UK and it's like, okay, well, at least there's America to go to. We're it, bro. We're objectively the best country in the entire world. And there's nowhere for the actual good people to go to, good people here to go if things go down, you know? I'm gonna step away from a bit. I cannot express how livid I am, not gonna lie. Fair enough, bro.
jurisdiction
What's up, brother?
of their tribe. So if American Indians do not have birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment, how the hell do Chinese birth tourists, how do Tren de Aragua kids, how do MS-13 kids, how do all these illegal aliens who come in here, birth tourists? This is the most egregious violation imaginable of we the people, the sovereign citizens of America, of our most crucial sovereign
I agree.
power
This
to
is probably
control
one of
our
the worst rulings. I was going to say recently, just in history in general. I mean, this is just insane.
border and to control our populace. It is almost impossible,
because this also
to
sets the
change
precedent.
this now. We have to pass a constitutional amendment to change this.
So states would need to get together in a constitutional convention. That I don't think has happened maybe yet.
Exactly. It's just basically impossible for this decision to be reversed. And it just says to everybody else that our country's for sale. That's all it says. Hey, we're here, looking breedable, ready to be conquered. Like, bro, come on.
And then change this.
Yeah, and again, it's 5-1 to 3. Justice.
This is exactly how you're going to end up with vigilantes, by the way. Like, you saw that movie that came out, objectively a terrible movie, but still, the premise was realistic. It's just yesterday or the day before, she helped destroy Election Day.
Kavanaugh would have decided this on statutory grounds. It's still bad and wrong, but not nearly as egregiously bad and
We're the
wrong.
best, and if things go
as
down,
the
we'll have
Chief
multiple
Justice
militias fighting all over the nation, and
Amy Coney
mafias
Barrett,
will
the three
form
liberals
because the police and
did by
judges failing. Vigilantes was brought up. Yeah.
constitutionalizing birthright citizenship.
They're essentially making it inevitable that stuff is going to pop off. When in reality, this could have been solved easily. The action was mad, but the message was good. Yeah.
For Chinese birth tourists. Think about that. And then the three real constitutionalists, Justice Thomas, Justice Alito, and Justice Gorsuch, my old boss, correctly dissented.
You know, if a movie's getting banned in
this
like
is
Germany
not
and stuff, it's going to be a good movie.
This is not
or
what
a good message. Sorry, not a good movie.
Says.
Like, objectively, the movie's
it's
bad.
subject to the jurisdiction, which means allegiance to the United States, not allegiance to China. Or to some other foreign country.
Anchor babies do nothing but
And
increase Democrat votes from other countries.
Look, if we want to,
and gives foreign influence in our country to an unprecedented scale, and spies. Yeah, exactly. Like CCP spies and stuff like that. Like, oh my gosh,
give
man.
birthright citizenship to Chinese birth tourists, as we the people, we can do that. We can have our elected members of Congress do that like they did for American Indians in 1924. But now this has been constitutionalized. Listen,
maybe crazy thing to say, but I personally think that if you live in America, you should have to renounce your citizenship to any other country, period. Right? I don't think you should be allowed to have any kind of allegiances to any other countries, especially if you're in office. Like, I 100% this should have been in effect if you're in office, right? You should have to say, no, I'm not a citizen anywhere else. I renounce citizenship there. But, I mean, I would say this needs to go as basically far and wide, because how can you trust your own people in your country if they have allegiances to other countries? Gangs and factions would form across the country. It would be like the Western Roman Empire when it collapsed. It seems like we're going that way. But obviously, history repeats itself. And I guess nobody wants to pay attention to what happened in Rome. I got warnings on Facebook for posting articles of that movie.
Be debated.
Not shocking.
This is as bad. This is as bad of a decision as you can get from the Supreme Court. It is the most narcissistic decision imaginable.
Listen, I'm against cloning technology, but can we please just clone Clarence Thomas and make him the entire Supreme Court? Thank you.
Roberts, and he's a narcissist, but this takes it to a whole new level. And of course, Professor Amy Coney Barrett joined this decision. Well, I won't even go there because I'm too angry, but it's just unbelievable that they can just scratch out subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and the 14th Amendment.
What do they expect when every legal, avenue has been exhausted and we just continuously get freaking molested in the butthole with a wire brush by our own legal system that enables criminals and bad actors 24/7? Like, did they expect stuff to not pop off? And all the representatives and senators too, yeah. Beyond even renouncing citizenships, we're at the point where anyone foreign-born simply shouldn't be in office at present, at least until we can figure this out. I 100% agree. W. Glaze.
And hand out.
I think we just bow down and accept it. They think we'll just bow down and accept it. Yeah, I know they think
Chinese
that.
birth tourist who
there's no way they actually believe that will be the case, right? Like, there are massive factions in the United States that will have nothing to do with this.
And step foot in America and give birth.
I'm a big fan of Mike Davis. And Mike, you've been so right on this program. But you also have to take your lumps here because you were a huge proponent of Amy Coney Barrett. And now she has backstabbed us. And no, I'm not going to accept some weasel word argument but she's good on like boys and women's sports or like the Catholic Church. She's bad on the two questions that actually matter for the sovereignty and the continuation of Western civilization.
100%.
Which is immigration,
Benny calling him out.
And then the powers to enforce immigration. She's bad on those. She's atrocious on those.
She's atrocious on actually preserving our nation.
And so this seems like a massive blind spot in the people that were supporting Amy Coney Barrett. How do you feel today?
I think it was the biggest mistake imaginable supporting Amy Coney Barrett. I think she is a disaster for the Supreme Court. She is, as I've said, a rattled law professor with her head up her ass, and she thinks that she is the smartest person in the room, and she's not. She's the junior varsity justice, and she.
Yep, Amy is fake and probably gay. At the end of the day, the liberals were right the whole time. Amy Coney Barrett was not qualified to be on the Supreme Court. Maybe at the end, the one time liberals were correct, but they were correct for the wrong reasons, obviously. They just wanted her not there because they thought she was going to vote the other way. But I'd call her a traitor because she's giving aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States of America, 100%. When every legal avenue is exhausted, that's when it pops off and gets ugly. But what would that mean to the world when America starts fracturing into smaller territories? I have no idea. Especially if that were to ever happen, we're going to see the CCP swoop in and take over places like California immediately. Why can't we ever find a good person for the Supreme Court? We did. His name is Clarence Thomas. We just need a bunch more of them. This goes back to Leaflet's bit earlier.
Law school exams instead of exercising sound judgment. We know why the Chief Justice does what he does. This is all about a vanity project for him. It's about his image. He's very chiefy, and he just he put his vanity today over our sovereignty, and it is unacceptable. It is inexcusable. We'll never come back from this as a country.
I just saw
And so
somebody in Benny
here's
Johnson's chat just type Benny Johnson is gay. They're just spamming that.
The solution going forward is we need
engagement.
There is no excuse now.
I need
from
a
Senate
dedicated hate
Republicans.
chatter
They
like that.
must pass the Save America Act, and there's no excuse from Mark Wayne Mullen or anyone else in the Trump administration. We need to mass deport every illegal alien, not just the violent criminals, all of them, and especially the birthing age women, the birthing persons, as Democrats call these people. We need to get them the hell out of
My
our
own
country,
brother's
because
gonna
we
hate.
did not sign up.
My own
we
brother's
did
hate
not
watching.
sign
That's
up for
crazy.
Chinese birth tourists coming to America, having their Chinese kids, and canceling our votes from Beijing. This is again the most egregious violation of our most crucial sovereign power as we the people to decide who comes and goes and who becomes one of us. The Chief Justice is shameful for what he did today because he put his vanity
And those
the
whoa,
John
whoa,
Roberts
whoa.
show over our sovereignty.
Hey man,
But we all know who John
June's
Roberts
not over
was, and
yet.
we've known
June's
who
over in
John
20
Roberts was
minutes.
for
Give it 20
30
minutes.
years. We've known what John Roberts was going to do to us.
Gotta help
we
with an
didn't
engagement
know
grift?
what Amy Coney Barrett is a much more
we need
fresh.
we need to create an AI that is a perfect copy of Clarence Thomas and replace every government position with it. Okay, that's a bit that's a bit dangerous.
betrayal, and a betrayal that I thought that we were smart enough to never make again. You and I lived through Sandra Day O'Connor, David Souter. We lived through that, where Republicans got a chance to remake the court, and we chose liberals as our choice. Now, Democrats never make that decision. Democrats would reanimate
It's
the court.
because no one has to LARP as a Democrat to get into office. Democrats just elect Democrats into office. But unfortunately, we have allowed so many of these people to LARP as conservatives when they're actually liberals the whole time, get voted in by Republicans, and then we're cooked. CCP will move in the whole West Coast. I bet there'll be at least one Muslim-controlled area, people that don't fit into dominant culture, into the dominant cultures of the word I can't say, will get deported or killed. Yeah.
Of Joseph Stalin, V.I. Lenin, and Che Guevara, and put them on the court if they could.
Yeah,
you and I
it's
both know
amazing.
that. So,
Yeah,
like,
it is.
why are we so stupid, Mike? Why
Yeah,
are we so weak? Why are we so dumb?
Well,
And you were part of this decision, and I love you as a friend, but you saw it from the inside. So can you tell? Was she lying?
Yes.
Were we
Yes.
going too fast? Were we going too
Yes.
fast? Like, what was this?
No, Ben, she lied. She auditioned as a constitutionalist. She auditioned as the next Justice Scalia, for whom
Benny is
she
even
clerks.
flustered. Yeah.
She auditioned.
Benny is like the most freaking, he's the most partisan guy out there, and he's absolutely pissed, bro. I mean, I love Benny Johnson. I think he's a bit too, in love with the current administration, but I do love
as
Benny.
this conservative constitutionalist.
Because I
law
think Benny's
professor.
honest.
That's how she
you know, that's what I'll
auditioned.
say.
It
I think Benny's honest. I think he says what he believes.
was a fraud. She is a fraud. She lied through the process, or it could be one of two things. She lied in her audition when she sold herself as a constitutionalist, and so did her people. All of her former clerks and everyone else sold her as
No
a
group is more retarded than Republicans in power
to
because
me
they're
and
too
many
afraid of
others.
acting on
And
their
I'll
principles
call
and
them
are
out
too
by
weak to
name.
show their force. Well, a lot of the people that get elected as Republicans aren't even real Republicans. They're just LARPing. They just want to be part of the establishment machine and vote in the way with the establishment because they know it keeps them safe and they'll never have to face any backlash, and they'll get unlimited funding to basically keep the place that they were elected in a deadlock forever. Benny's still good in my books. Yeah, I like Benny for sure.
Some point, or
Rhinos. Yep.
or she got rattled on the bench when they when they showed up at her house with her kids. She got scared, she got rattled, and she pivoted. She went into
you should not even be allowed the ability to get rattled if you are on the Supreme Court. What does that tell you? You know what I mean? Oh, we can just scare them into submission. Well, great. What's the point of the Supreme Court at that point?
I'm going to be a mother and be a mother hen and protect my kids and do what the left wants because I don't want them to come to my house and kill my family.
Well, guess
Who
what
knows?
happens to your kids when you let the leftists in charge? It happens anyway.
It's one of those two things. But this Amy Coney Barrett that we see today with this birthright citizenship decision, that's not how she auditioned for the job, not even close. So she's either a fraud or she's too scared to do her job. Either way,
Doesn't help leftists
she
are violent and
should
strict fear
resign.
in
She's
Republicans,
not
but they
up
know
to the
conservatives won't be
job.
violent. That creates pressure in one direction. It does, right? Because we actually have morals and principles, and they just simply don't. They operate on basically lowest common denominator thinking. Absolutely despicable from the Supreme Court. Like, unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Well, unfortunately not unbelievable. Very believable. It's just, why does it always seem to happen over and over and over again? It's like nobody ever learns, man. Just watch our country slowly get sold into the abyss. What else have I got? This decision is just another reason to kick out anyone who shouldn't be here as fast as possible. Yeah, completely agree. I think Benny definitely glazes too much, but I still think he's a good guy. Yeah, exactly. That's my exact opinion on Benny, basically. I couldn't have said it better myself. He definitely glazes, but I agree that I still think he's honest. I still think he will call something out if he sees it.
Newspaper in Washington, D.C. It reports Democrat insiders are now worried the Justice Department probing California Governor Gavin Newsom's inner circle, including his wife's taxes and her nonprofit.
Newsom embroiled in pay-to-play controversies. I'm so surprised. And I'm sure nothing will happen.
That is going to hurt his run for the White House.
I'm dooming
again,
today, guys.
he keeps on
I'm absolutely dooming.
saying they don't want me to run for president. No, Governor Gavin Newsom, you're the easiest candidate to beat. I'm sorry to say. And
I don't know if he's the easiest candidate to beat, but he certainly would not win, in my opinion. That being said, liberals are kind of unpredictable in the sense that they'll put all their votes behind literally anybody, no matter how egregious and terrible they are. Also, can you trust them not to cheat? Really? Like, let's be honest. What's up, Nightway? How you doing, bro?
Democrats don't even have that deep of a bench, but the idea is we're not trying to dodge a...
We have had a somber night tonight so far. Only the worst news has been covered.
Popular president with such a long...
Opened up talking about Supergirl and then just got depressed.
...history of being successful. We're just trying to make sure fraudsters go to jail.
It was triggered by whistleblowers in California in 2022 under Joe Biden. Joining us now, Fox News My View with Lara Trump host Lara Trump. We're happy we got the technical difficulties figured out with Lara earlier, along with Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Thanks so much for coming on. Joe, first to you. What do you make of the Hill newspaper here?
I think that this is very serious for Gavin Newsom.
Right. They're so honest. Man. Dude, it should be illegal to even count votes past election day. I don't even know how this is a thing. Yeah, it's kind of downing just working through it all on a project. I'm excited to see what you make next,
Elizabeth
bro.
and Laura, because
fraudsters going to jail, that isn't
for
allowed. It's actually illegal to put criminals in jail in California, basically.
example. The last four that I've seen, it's Gavin Newsom trailing Kamala Harris, who isn't exactly, the Caitlin Clark of presidential candidate.
Wait, he's trailing Kamala? He beat like Kamala? It's funny you say that. They're saying he's trailing Kamala. There's no way. Bro, I'm literally, I'll get on my hands and knees begging them to run Kamala again. Like, I'm actually begging, bro. She cannot win. She's the worst candidate ever. I know they'll never run her again, but like, please, bro. It would be so funny, man. Just like someone on X has been trying to teach me, there's never been voting fraud ever and no evidence of it. Rip. Who said that? Like the freaking Krasensteins, man? Probably.
By 22 points, 19 points, 17 points, 18 points. And then you hear about these investigations where, again, 300...
But again, the Democrats have nobody on their bench. They used to have good candidates that could be on there.
Well, they chased out all of the... Well, I don't want to say they chased out... Well, they did chase out all of the people that actually would have got voted in, right? Like, Freaking Andrew Cuomo. I think that guy would have been a shoo-in for a Democratic candidate for president, and I think he would have had a good chance to win. But they got rid of him because I guess he just thought he was the sauce. Thought he was above it all, I guess. They got rid of him on like groping a woman or something, which is hilarious that that's what they got him on instead of him genociding old people in the freaking nursing homes during COVID. Yo, what's up, Penny? How you doing? And then you have other candidates that they would never even allow anywhere near the White House, like Josh Shapiro, simply because he's Jewish.
I don't like him, but Bernie Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK,
oh yeah,
I wouldn't
true.
count some of these other guys, but just the idea that they had candidates that would get more steam than a Joe Biden,
okay?
Kamala Harris.
Glad to hear
But
it.
since they've chased them all out, they're left with the scraps.
$40 million in donations from wealthy donors, special interests, some of which receive preferential treatment.
I've been so blackpilled since Charlie Kirk got killed. Seeing people I've seen known my whole life celebrating it. But at least it got me lifting again. It's a good way to burn off this feeling. Yeah. Fortunately, I wasn't friends with anybody who celebrated it. But
and millions of dollars in state contracts.
Yeah, it was absolutely despicable how people reacted to that. Like, so many just absolutely insane people going insane about, like, people being giddy about it, which is just crazy. You should never celebrate something like that. Even if you didn't like the guy. Like, what are you thinking? It's only going to make things worse.
All in being propped up or propping up the political activities of...
And it's not that the Democrats don't plan on doing this shady stuff behind the scenes. They're just not going to install a guy that has already been accused of doing shady things behind the scenes.
Jennifer Newsom. This Daily Mail investigation, by the way, also another one, found that she was paying herself, Jennifer Newsom was, since 2012, $3.7 million to run this charity. So
you see how easy it is to make money if you're a leftist and have no morals, bro? We'd all be gazillionaires.
And now
just extort everybody.
We know why Governor Gavin Newsom takes the television to say, investigate me. Come after me, but leave my family out of it. Leave the wife of...
Oh, yeah, that's true. I do remember he was doing the whole, like, leave my wife alone thing. And it's like, bro, something tells me your wife ain't too squeaky clean neither. The same way something tells me Joe Biden's son ain't squeaky clean. I have to say, if I had been friends, I would no longer be friends after that. And explain in detail why, yeah.
The mother of my children out of it, because...
Sorry, I can't be friends with people who actively celebrate the worst thing I've ever seen happen to another human being get publicly posted on Twitter. Sorry, I disagree with, I can't be friends with you if you would want to see me get decapitated in the street simply because I disagree with Charlie, or simply because I agree with Charlie Kirk.
Because honestly, I believe the money was going to be washed through her to pay him on the back end. That's just my theory, but for you to say don't look into what my wife don't look into my wife's finances,
so now I see
means
someone
every
talking
single
in a leftist
investigator
tilt,
needs to
I
be
automatically
looking
think they're a crap person,
scouring
don't
through her
respect
finances now.
someone that would want
this
me
smells
if they knew how
bad,
to live,
it looks
yeah.
bad, and Gavin
Don't look
Newsom's
under this
certainly
rock.
going the wrong direction because, again, when you have the
I
highest...
totally agree. It makes it so hard to even interact with people who, you know, a whole different worldview when you've seen how so many of them act. They use his wife to do the crime, like how the Pelosi's have the husband do the investing. Yeah, exactly.
Poverty, tax, unemployment rate in the country. And oh, by the way, you've only rebuilt 2 homes in the Malibu and Palisades areas. There's not a record to run on. And right now, there's not a lot of integrity, it seems to be there either, as far as the way he's run his administration.
Yeah,
and his
so-
wife, for that matter.
See, but it should just be, like, he should be in prison, and he should have been in prison for years and years and years at this point. It's amazing to me that you can basically just be allowed to do anything if you get elected as a Democrat and just get off scot-free with as much crime as possible. I mean, there's a lot of obviously Republicans in office too that get away scot-free with doing unlimited amounts of crime, like Dan Crenshaw, but it's astonishing, bro.
Said it's sort of like pulling the thread on a massive Democrat machine of Lara, that where they think these.
And the crazy part is, Nick Shirley was the first part of that string to find, just in that small part of, like, you know, Minnesota.
I honestly cried
but then
when he
comes
died
to California
because of all the evil I saw
finds
around
that
me. First
small
time I
part
cried
of
in
the
probably a
valley
decade.
over in
Yeah.
Los Angeles, and it's like, yeah.
He died in like the I swear, just like the demons came out of people, bro. It was actually, or not came out of them, but you know what I mean. People exposed the demons inside of themselves with that, because that was just, who on God's earth could celebrate that happening to somebody, even if you disagreed with them vehemently on something? Which obviously I didn't disagree with Charlie Kirk. I think Charlie Kirk was right. I'm probably more right-wing than Charlie Kirk. I think Charlie Kirk was basically the most baseline moderate conservative there is out there. But, dear God, that was, yeah. And nowadays they try and LARP as though it never happened. They'll tell you, oh, nobody was celebrating him dying. It's like, what are you talking about, man? Dan Crenshaw, yeah, that guy's a...
That was his undoing.
That guy's a piece
Some
of work,
kid
bro.
with a camera saying,
complete traitor.
You're supposed to have 72 kids inside this daycare, and I find nothing.
This stuff that they do, the way the state is run, is normal. And to what Joe said, Gavin Newsom got special interest groups to donate over $340 million to Newsom's pet projects. More than $4.4 million went to his wife's nonprofit. This is California's controversial.
So wait. The accusation here, or the guess
John
is,
McCain Jr., yeah,
they
exactly.
gave them $4 million to the wife's nonprofit. She gave herself an insanely high salary, and then later on, they got favors from Newscam as he's at the governor of California.
Is great. Yeah, he's good.
It's not going to be a very difficult case to solve, and the idea is if they did it obviously it's going to be more elaborate than that if he's doing something wrong. But if it's that simple, they just thought they were always above the law. No one's going to catch us.
Well, they do think they're above the law because they think they are the law. It's the reason so many of these fraudsters in places like California and Minnesota, they're not really like hiding anything. They're not hiding that they're committing fraud, really. The only thing they're not doing is basically coming out and open and publicly saying it. You have people like Nick Shirley investigating it, and still nothing happens to these people because the entire system that they're in within those states facilitates it. Because the people running those systems are doing the exact same thing.
Because you got...
And for some reason, our federal government never will actually crack down on these people. Partially because half of the federal government wants to extort the system, and the other part is because the Republicans, or the people who have any principles whatsoever, are too afraid to do it because they're afraid of the backlash. It's like, bro, come on. Even if Charlie Kirk was somebody that 100% of people disagreed with, it's not American to celebrate doing that for someone's opinions. His opinions should be irrelevant to whether he deserves to live. Yeah, I completely agree. Obviously.
Like, the people are so weak.
Behested payment
system. I think the difference is you wouldn't have seen the celebration of happening if it happened to... I mean, I don't want to say somebody, right? Because, like, I'm sure somebody would be like, oh, you're calling for violence or something like that, but if you had seen this happen to a leftist, you certainly would not have seen, like, mass celebration come from the right. I mean, I'm sure there would have been a few people who are just insane that would have done it because it's going to happen regardless, no matter what. But you wouldn't have seen this, like, basically huge movement of people celebrating somebody's murder. Think about it. 4-year-old is wrong about nearly everything. Does a 4-year-old deserve to live? The left is the law because they were allowed to be in control of everything. They control the narrative and the news and the entertainment. Yeah.
What do you make of this? I mean, Steve Hilton calls it literally corruption in plain sight. He's running for governor, and as Joe pointed out, some of the donations came from corporations.
Yeah, corporations and everything, and that's why it's all going to his wife, and he's afraid of that because paid her own film company. So it's layered, but it all goes back to her.
Bill Newsom's nonprofit reportedly took cash from a Native American.
Commit fraud like a man, bro. Do it yourself. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke.
Tribe that operates a casino in the state and was backed by her husband, while her
especially
other charity
after,
reportedly paid her own private film company directly.
Is it? I was thinking
the ID stuff for the internet passed earlier. That's a joke, I swear.
Is it the babies to babies thing that said we're going to give all these people of color diapers, but we're going to triple mark the diapers, pay insanely high rates, and pat ourselves in the back to say we gave babies diapers, but then skimmed off the top by like tenfold.
But the Newsoms, well, they're pushing back.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming.
You're plagiarizing tweets.
Surprisingly enough,
Trump.
all the libtards I know did not make fun of him and all thought he shouldn't have died. And these are the tax me harder daddy government people. Yeah, there's certainly some, or like I would say even quite a good amount of like liberals who are still just not insane It's just really, it's the same philosophy people have with certain minority groups, right? You see some of them and you're like, you know, most of you, or at least a large portion of you, are totally fine people that I have no problem interacting with. But the ones that are such degenerates, they make all of you look bad. It kind of makes me afraid to even interact with you to begin with. In the 1980s, everyone knew that celebrating a death due to free speech issues was something that only the Soviets or very evil people would do, yeah.
To throw him back at him. But again, none of them land. Like, if you would see people...
The bad actors make things bad for every group, you know, regardless of how you break it down, how you slice the pie, right? If you break it down in terms of politics or race or, you know, whatever. It's okay, I've shifted to the Asmongold/Leaflet camp. These people need to be destroyed and everything they are needs to be uprooted and burnt down. The criminals need to have harsher sentences. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you just can't allow these people to come and pillage you. It's crazy. Honestly, if anyone says leave _ out of it, that's who you should audit, yeah. And the leftist activists who need to be ostracized and excluded.
Quoting...
The people who enable it also need to be held accountable, right? The judges who keep letting these people out. The people who fund them.
Gavin Newscam and being like, oh my god, Newscam has got another banger. It's like, no, everybody just makes fun of you. I don't know where he's getting this delusion from.
After me because I'm considering running for president.
We knew you were considering running for president back when you flew out to Florida, I believe it was, to debate Governor Ron DeSantis. This is like when Kamala and Trump were already selected. You just decided you're going to do a debate. We've known this for a very long time because you haven't cared about California in the last, 4 years.
He's cared about California since, when was California invented? He has not cared about California since the day California came into existence. Since the day he came into existence.
Over again for his lies.
And Trump has never been more popular and more loved. If this is what your offense is, I'd hate to see what your concession would be.
And deceit. One by one.
Yeah, like his stupid knee pad shtick. Ooh, everybody was so on top of Trump because you brought knee pads with his name.
It's just funny that the people who should theoretically be the leftist frontrunners are so corrupt that they always exclusively get cut out of the party before elections happen, so they're left with nobody because they're so blatantly terrible human beings that they would never win an election.
And flew out to Europe with them. He still looks like he's just been crying.
Anyone who has challenged Donald Trump has ended up on his hit list. And today, I proudly join that list.
Why does he talk like that? But just last month...
Well, don't you remember he said he can't read when he was trying to appeal to the blacks?
Former Chief of Staff Dana Williamson pled guilty to federal fraud
Trump isn't even
charges.
extreme, he's still a moderate. Wait until we get a Bukele that will come in and destroy them with a max effort. Yeah, Trump is literally an old school classical New York liberal. I mean, Trump's a classical liberal. What's up, Amit? Or Amit? Having a corrupt guy is bad, but having a guy that popped up out of nowhere is also bad, yeah. He reminds me of Mark Carney and giving me PTSD.
Joining us now for tonight's Bill Newsom's nonprofit.
It's already starting to crumble because they say wife parent-owned film company, but also where his former or chief of staff is walking away from him.
A lot here when you start digging into some of the nonprofits, some of Jennifer Bill Newsom's extracurricular activities. What more?
See, what I'm worried about is what happens after all of this is said and done. Will he be in prison? I'm sure he won't be. Why will he not be in prison? He needs to be in jail. What Newscom needs is meeting with a few dozen people ready to use their socks with the bar of soap in it. That's exactly what I'm saying, bro.
Can you
he needs the nickname Sugar Lips in prison, bro. Like, that's just
tell us that we should be aware of?
Well, first of all, who knows? It could be politically motivated. John Bolton made that argument, and then he ended up pleading guilty. It doesn't change the facts. And it's been known for a long time that Gavin Newsom and his wife have been tied up in this very shady practice of what we call behested payments.
Breaking rocks
now, they're legal under California campaign finance law. Basically, politicians ask big money donors to give contributions to nonprofits of their choice.
I'm back. Are we on a less aggravating subject? Well. May I interest you in Gavin Newsom committing fraud?
But in Newsom's case...
It's like lightly washing the money. They just break the
Don't worry. I'll watch a retarded streamer almost getting in a car wreck after this or something. Watch a lol cow or something.
Rules don't apply to anybody. I'm talking about Republicans and Democrats. All scumbags.
He asked donors to give money to his wife's nonprofit organization. And sometimes these donors were, as you mentioned, the Native American tribe before, they were interests with business before the state. So it raises questions of conflict of interest. That was already out in the open. That's in the public domain.
This guy's
And it's
peeking
very shady.
This guy's peeking the mic so hard it's hurting my ears.
What else might be going on in her tax
That
returns?
Nick
we've
Shirley
yet to
act
find
making a
out.
lot more
But
sense
we do
now,
know
yeah.
that Gavin Newsom's former chief of staff has pleaded guilty for fraud and corruption, and the rot is...
I wonder if he's singing like a bird and it's going up the top. And that's why this investigation's happening in the first place. He's pleading guilty. What else do they know?
Nonprofits are more often
and
than
they're
not a
willing to say
scam.
quite
Yeah.
yet.
I mean, it assumes altruism, and where altruism needs to be assumed, it's probably not there.
pretty thick in Sacramento.
Especially if it's a nonprofit run by some kind of politically inclined individual. I mean, has there ever been a nonprofit ran by somebody in politics that's not just money laundering?
So.
Yeah, it's happening. All these things. Oh, they never commit fraud. They never commit fraud. Okay, it happens sometimes, but not that much. Or actually, it's rotten to the core. Possibly, because they say in 2024, the Newsoms bought their house for $9.1 million, all cash, through an LLC that Jen Newsom created 1 week after the purchase. 3 months later, they refinanced the property to pull out $6.5 million. According to Jen Van Loor, Newsom's mortgage spend is $600,000 annually for all the real estate. Strange behavior to buy a property all cash through a makeshift LLC, then refinance to get the cash at a high interest rate. Something smells like corrupt. Now, tweet isn't fact. Who knows what sourcing this is from? But the idea that if they could just do this in plain sight and nobody looked into it makes me feel...
I don't know. I trust Quality Leering Center on Twitter.
Like how... What else is going on there that they did hide? It's probably not more elaborate. They think
we already know Gavin Newsom facilitates fraud. Like, it would be ridiculous to not assume that he's committing fraud, or like to even give him the benefit of the doubt.
Royalty and can do anything in California for a long time.
Nonprofits have a strong motive
Remember the
to
COVID
not solve the
lockdowns?
problem that they're paid to
You
solve.
can't even go to
Less
church.
so much money on
You
feeding
can't go to
homeless.
school anymore. But his kids can go to private
But
school.
Nick Shirley found
You're not
rotten
allowed to
food
go to a
given to them.
restaurant. But
Well, I mean, a lot of nonprofit, bro. Like, you look at the homeless nonprofits, and they're freaking passing out crack pipes and whatever. And it's like, oh, that'll help them, I'm sure. Oh, as you know, the best thing for a crack addict is a new, fresh, clean crack pipe. Like, come on.
Pelosi can reopen a closed down salon to get her hair done. You can't go to you can't go to your job no more. But
Caliphate
Governor
of
Gavin
California is going to
Newsom
act like
can make
California,
in-person
them ruining
dining
their own
for
state
him and his
isn't as
buddies at the
infuriating
French
to me as
Laundry.
politicians ruining the
You
whole
have
country.
to pay
That's true.
this insane amount for your workers, but my buddies from was it Panera Bread? I forget the company, but his old campaign
I will start a nonprofit
buddies,
for rescuing raccoons so I
they
can have a
can
tax
have
cut
these
every year to
old
be allowed to
minimum
pocket a
wage
portion of
because
the
they
money,
make
all
bread
while
on
funding
property. Like,
bullcrap
all
research
these
that never
insane
solves
rules
whatever
for
issue.
you
Yeah.
that they don't apply to them. They really do think
Haiti
they're
is still waiting for their
royalty because I
earthquake
feel like
money to
they
this
don't
day.
think that anyone was ever going to catch them. The crazy part about this is, even when the system's working correctly in California, they now have pay for gay programs.
The Public Utilities Commission.
Gavin Newsom, California, is now requiring firms to prove they are gay just to get contracts. How do you prove that? Get on your knees. We need to do an investigation. Like, what?
Reportedly awarding contracts to companies based on their sexuality. Businesses have to
super illegal.
Prove
Yeah,
that they're
super
gay
illegal,
enough
but
to qualify for the.
So a business can prove
you just have to have some like incredibly androgynous looking femboy manning the freaking reception desk. There are lots of animal rescues that lose control of how many animals they can handle and end up on those animal hoarding TV shows. Those raccoons need money. Why would you not donate to save raccoons? Don't you want to be a good person? Give me some money now. Unless you're a big-time Democrat politician, you'll go to jail for fraud or money laundering, etc. Yeah. They always get away scot-free. We have to live in a situation where a New Yorker can have a say in what happens in Texas, and a Texas can have a say in what happens in Hawaii, which is absurd with any degree of cognitive energy used. Yeah.
LGBT, and there was a longer list. Providing a letter from
I mean, the same thing goes even within the same state, right? You have the people in these big urban liberal cities controlling people living out in the rural areas where there's bears and stuff, whether they're allowed to have guns or not. It's ridiculous.
LGBT organization attesting to their preferences. Proof that a newspaper identified them as LGBT, and then 3 attestation
Proof that you're
letters
gay with
from
me
personal
right
contacts.
now. Oh no. We should make a deal with barbecue in Haiti that allows us. Did I say barbecue? With the BBQ in Haiti that allows us to deport our super progressive gay race commies. With the judges that strikes down the Trump decisions. When it comes to leftists, they don't stop unconstitutional laws. Yeah, they never stop anything.
So meaning to say,
they only sell our country down the drain. They never actually prevent tragedy from befalling us.
Certain, I don't know, grants? Like, there's money you can get
We're
from
entering
California
the
government.
fall of Rome
Taxpayer
speed
funds
run. Well, I mean, we've been in it, but we're
California.
we're trying to speed it up.
If you can get 3 people to write in a document to say that you are part of the LGBT movement.
My state is larger than almost all European
No voter
countries.
ID.
Yeah. Could legitimately be made in their own states.
What is going on in California?
It's funny because if states like broke up, it would be so bad for Democrats because Democrats would only have these like tiny little cities and that's all they'd have.
I'm angry enough at the idea that we have $1 billion
I mean,
speed
obviously,
rail.
you look at the vote map and it's just these tiny little blue dots surrounded by just a red ocean.
It doesn't get built, but they say, but it's a good jobs program. We can spend all this money and we're just creating jobs.
Yeah, I'm so glad that all the liberals that are in this hellholing Los Angeles and California have so much of a say in what happens to the entire rest of the country. Like, bro, come on.
Good enough. No high-speed rail, but we've made unemployment go down slightly. What? I'm not even kidding. Whoever made this needs to go to jail. You cannot defraud
but
the
nobody
American
ever
people
goes to jail.
this hard, saying, "Give me 3 letters and I'll give you the LGBT money." No, this is a civil rights violation for straight people.
LGBT. They don't care about the civil rights of anybody who's not actively parading around committing sin. They only care about the civil rights of people who are who are using it maliciously to extort the system.
Contracts, for example, they can include 3
live in a
letters from
two-tiered
personal
system, bro.
contacts attesting to their sexual orientation. Now, the DOJ says they're going to look into that program. What's up with that? It looks like a lot of red tape. And how do you prove you're gay? The Public Utilities Commission's...
The thing is, we don't need to prove... I don't care if there's a Public Utilities Commission or whatever. There's a company out there. I don't care if the owner likes to be with
Texas
other men,
actually can
likes
do
to
that.
be
We
with
joined with
woman,
the explicit promise of
has
being able to
whatever
break apart the
preference
5
they
states
want.
without
I don't
congressional
care.
approval.
I just want the best service at the best price.
And now we won't use it.
But the fact that now they get a regular American that doesn't
That's why it would
want
be
to
interesting to
apply
see
for
what
this
happens when the country starts
LGBT
breaking apart. Some parts will be taken over by
what is it?
the cities.
Contract. Now I have
Others,
to
the
compete
cities
with
will be
someone
taken
that's
over
going
by
to
the rural
get
areas.
taxpayer assistance is just, it's wild to me. But nothing...
Well, the problem is with a lot of these places is they'll never actually be allowed to break apart. Like, Texas is kind of an anomaly in that sense, right? But a lot of these other states that want to break apart, it would exclusively be of detriment to the Democrats because they would lose seats and lose votes and, you know, whatever, all that, because the places that want to break apart would all be conservative. But you have to get the Democrats to approve them breaking apart, so it's literally never going to happen.
It's worse than the actual fraud coming out of California.
2 really important ones. The first is, in the first quarter of last year, we revoked
The greater
billing
Idaho
privileges
situation
for
with Eastern Oregon?
fraudsters
Yeah, exactly.
Of 1,006 providers.
And remember, he's finding 1,006 providers committing fraud, Medicare fraud. But when Dr. Oz followed Nick Shirley's lead and went also somewhere in the valley and found a whole bunch of fraud, remember, Governor Gavin Newsom rushed to the television to say it's a civil rights violation to call the mob a mob because they're committing fraud in his state. Because I'm telling you right now, you pull out all the fraud from the valley, at least in Los Angeles, that entire economy is going to topple.
If Texas goes,
others
others will follow. We need to
Pretty
leverage
good
this threat as
result
a
we thought at the
possibility.
time.
If we don't want to go to
This same
if we don't
period
want
this
to
year,
go,
the first quarter, we made
war is deception
1,400
after all.
revocations. That's a 40% increase over last year. So 40% more revocations. We also have payment suspensions where we just don't pay the bill because we don't think it's legitimate. And this is impressive. The first half
The conservatives
of
in
this
the countryside
year,
support the
we made
libtards that live in the
1,000
city.
Medicare payment suspensions. 1,000.
If everything goes downhill and the country fails to stick together, that's what I mean. The
800,
Western
by the way,
Roman
from one
Empire
state.
like spawns for the
And
terror.
all those 1,000 payments they stopped, did a single disabled person come out and say, hey, I rely on that money to
To the
survive?
territories.
If 0 people poke their head out to
Dr.
say,
Oz.
hey, where'd my money go? I'm going to go ahead and say it was fraud.
California. For a similar period last year, we made 219 suspensions. So a 500% increase in payment suspensions because we're using tools now that historically had been used marginally. Now, these efforts brand...
Bro, okay, why is RFK always so purple? I need somebody to explain to me why he's always so purple.
all kinds of new tools for Medicare and Medicaid. The fraud war room that has been put together is a purpose-built tool to identify, track, and neutralize bad actors, often from foreign countries, much more effectively than the old system. The formula is straightforward. The DOJ brings a prosecutorial firepower, law enforcement brings investigative tools, CMS brings data, the analytics, we use administrative muscle to push things through, and we are closing loopholes that fraudsters have avoided and been exploiting for years. Those days are over. Fraudsters...
For the simple fact that these
He
Democrat
contrasts the
politicians
orders of Trump?
will
Yeah,
cry and
exactly.
say, oh, why is Doge looking into this? Why is Dr. Oz looking at this? Why is the DOJ messing with our Medicare fraud? Closing loopholes makes
We
me...
love fraud like this to happen, but when the DC pool gets money to restore it, that's a problem, yeah. Oh, the pool wants to be restored. This cannot be allowed. Oh, you want to build a ballroom? We are going to stake our lives on preventing you from building this ballroom. Ignore everything going on in California, though. Also, we're now allowing foreign-born... we're now allowing people... foreign entities having kids in the United States and just allowing them to stay here forever. Enjoy your new spies. No ballroom, though.
think
That would just
they
be
were using those
too
loopholes
egregious.
themselves. They don't mind if another country defrauds us for a couple $1 billion because they were going to defraud us for a couple $10 billion as well.
Your time is up. Now, speaking of fraudsters, I want to highlight an important case that drives home what everyone on the stage...
Yeah, they know what's happening. California is continuing to crumble, but like I said, there are so many economic zones in Los Angeles that are entirely propped up with all these fraudsters out there because, sad to say, large parts of the valley are just
Waluigi to
entirely
Trump's Wario,
blocks
that's
of
crazy.
Drug stores, cell phone repair stores, adult daycares, like all these facilities that
That's crazy,
seemingly
but it's
never
kinda
get
true.
patronized, but they've been there for a long time. You always knew they were a front for money laundering, and now we know what they were laundering. And to think, not only are these fraudulent business fronts fraudulent, but then their purchases at the luxury designer mall in the valley, all the Maserati and Lexus and Acura and Audi stores, those are all propped up by that. Even the grocery stores are propped up by the, it's all going down the drain. And all of a sudden, it's not like, oh, we put some fraudsters out of business. No, we took out billions of dollars from their economy. I think that entire place topples overnight if they stop the fraud. Finally.
What he said there at the end is very true. Leftists are antithetical to anything the right believes, no matter how insane it makes them. Maybe we should unite reverse them to see if they switch their positions. That's what I'm saying, dude. If Trump came out and said, oxygen's good, you need oxygen to live, frankly, it's very good for you. Leftists would do a Oxygen Lives Matter protest or something. They'd all start holding their breath. Sorry, Uno Reverse, yeah. But that's exactly what they do, man. Like, I made a joke the other day because I saw a Kirsha tweet where it was like, honestly, I could probably just pull it up. Probably somewhere in here. Yeah, bro. This Kirsha tweet was like, President Trump declares that grass has a life just like people have a life. I'm just like, liberals will do a lawnmower lives protest to combat this grass supremacist. Like, that's just how they operate, man. They don't operate off of logic or, anything whatsoever. They just, I can be against Trump. Me do. Me hate Trump. Oh. Trump needs to say fraud is good and all the leftards will be against it. They'll freaking, they'll remove him from office if he says that. All right. Let's watch something a little more lighthearted, bro. Let's watch this. It's funny to me that this is even a drama. This lady just almost crashes her car, and this is like, holy crap, guys.
Massive day.
Meanwhile, everything politically that's happened today is like the worst stuff that's happened in years.
For the unemployed. Extra Emily is in hot water again, and she still can't drive. Don't know who she is? Lucky you. Well, basically, she's a Twitch streamer who gives Pokemon a run for her money and being annoying. Extra Emery, close call while reading chat on livestream drive.
Bro, how is it not? I mean, it totally is illegal to read chat while you're live streaming. It shouldn't even be legal to live stream while you're driving a car. It just seems like a terrible idea. Like, why would you even do that in the first place, man? These people are rich enough to just have their own chauffeurs for stream.
On June 28th, Extra Emery was driving her Tesla on what looked like a
Trump
Los
comes out and
Angeles
says
highway
cyanide
during a
gas
live
is
stream
bad
when
to
she looked
breathe.
away to read chat, narrowly
Leftists will
avoiding
go
a
and try and
collision
get
with
their
a
daily
Mazda
dose of
SUV.
cyanide gas.
She admitted it was her bad, noting she just turned off autopilot, echoing her 2025 April one-day Twitch ban for running a red light while distracted.
Lucky biz.
She got banned on Twitch for running a red light while distracted. I don't know. I don't know why I think that's so funny. But like, I mean, obviously you should get banned for that, but that's just so funny that that's a reason somebody got banned.
Oh, sorry.
She almost gets into a brutal fatal collision and she's like, sorry.
Sorry.
Almost ended a family of 4. Oops, my bad, guys. 4 more subs, please.
My bad. That was my bad.
You can actually get paid to do anything if you're a woman. It's insane.
Check my my oopsies. It's fine.
No, it's not fine. You shouldn't
need
be
to
reading
deepfake
chat
myself as a
while
lady.
driving. Remember what happened to Broccoli Boy? Twitch won't
Bro,
care
yeah,
until...
I don't know how Jack Doherty did not get exploded in that car accident, man. That was a crazy thing. And it's funny that that happened and everybody was just like... like, yeah. I can think of instances like you're an Uber driver. You stream for safety reasons. Socialite Asian women streamers are reckless drivers. Hey, it ain't so. That Japanese streamer Sora the Troll streams while he drives across Japan, but he only reads chat when he's at a red. She's just keeping the stereotypes alive. What are you saying?
Till someone dies over this dumb shit. Bro, I am still banned 9 years later for eating chicken nuggets and driving, lol. This chick has consistently...
They slimed out Asian Andy for eating chicken nuggets. What the frick? I don't know who Asian Andy is, but that's funny.
Almost caused car accidents due to reading her Twitch chat. Is Twitch going...
Almost eliminates an entire family from the gene pool. Oops, my bad, guys. Can I get 8 more tier 3s?
To wait for her to kill an entire
Anyone who had a family member
before
die in
they
a
do
car accident
something.
should
She
call for
needs
her
to wake up
imprisonment.
fast. She literally lives in f***ing La La Land. She's done this before as well. She had a red light.
Live stream yourself committing crime.
Okay, keep going.
Emily's the second most retarded woman. Who's the first?
Okay.
There's a lot. There's a lot of people on that list, right? Like Frogan, Pokimane, Valkyrie, and that's just streamers.
Okay, no problem. That happens all the time.
Very interesting.
One thing that
happens all
absolutely
the
infuriates
time.
me is seeing people streaming and driving at the same time. If you read chat while driving, then you should be hit with a heavy ban. If you do it again, then it should be permanent. That's it. No, genuinely, it's that simple, but, you know, it's Twitch. They gotta take into account her gender, her race, and make their decision based...
Well, we all know what... We all know this is probably Dan Clancy's favorite streamer to watch, bro. Like, come on. Besides Morkpie, obviously.
Of those variables. My guy here is Chinese, so he can make fun of her driving. And don't get me wrong, we all know streamers are retarded, but like, this isn't Forza, you know what I mean? People can genuinely get hurt due to her stupid actions.
I gotta check my
Pokey Frogan's just...
my
Can I say that? Well, I get struck for like...
It's fine.
Oh, little
harassment.
Timmy's in ER, he's traumatized. Not even Dr. Tenma can save him.
We are making it. Good thing
Valkyrie
they
is
did
a
their
yes
horn.
woman.
I had
She won't be banned very
autopilot,
long.
let me
She's got a
take it
ton
off.
of followers.
Why are you gonna blame an inanimate f***ing object?
It's an inanimate fucking object.
If you read chat while driving, you should get hit
She
with an
went
orbital
from working
strike,
at
not a ban.
Citibank to ditzy hard on
If she has big booba, Dan will let her.
Twitch. XQC. Mentally challenged
I
streamer.
don't think she does,
Extra
bro.
Emily nearly causes a crash.
What? Is it unrelated?
No one's believing you, buddy.
Cut across 8 lane. None? I turn now. Good luck, everybody else.
Good luck, everyone else.
Chat. I think this is insensitive. I think it's
Okay, XQC.
inappropriate.
Why is Unk more concerned about a racist bit rather than her actual driving? What is he doing? Let's not be racist, guys. Not all Asians are bad drivers. You just can't name a good one. Even TikTok was cooking her ass.
Dr. Tim
the
mentioned
classic.
based monster
She
fan.
is underhated. How is streaming and driving even legal? It's as bad as texting, if not worse. It is.
Chat, is this real?
All right. No more jokes. And again, I don't want to be a broken record, but the dude has been banned for 9 years for eating chicken nuggets. So clearly Twitch is able to enforce their own policy.
You'll get
and
banned on
rules.
Twitch if you're a man.
But for some reason, they just never do. This is a crisp, clean lock, boys. You know, the easiest ban you can do.
Yeah, she was reading her chat. She shouldn't have been doing that. But do you know how many...
Bro, who was the other Asian lady that was banned on for she was like indefinitely banned for committing crimes on top of a police car or something after the Knicks won the NBA Finals? Who was it? I don't remember her name. It was some other Asian lady, and then she got immediately banned on afterwards.
times I'm driving by myself, and like sometimes I'd be doing this because they're in my my blind spot. Yeah, like that happens a lot. But I'll be honest with you, she didn't look. Bro, honestly, Extra Emily, bro, remember when me and you drive, it's against TOS for some reason.
This is straight up stolen valor. Isn't this dude Mexican? I'm pretty sure Mexicans can drive. This is
Lucky.
I'm not that unemployed.
And this was so unemployed, even Tectone chimed in.
No, I forget. It was in one of the videos we watched on stream. It wasn't even like a drama video. It was just, I think it was maybe the decoy. I think it was a Decoy Boys video, actually.
Yeah.
I really believe not only do we need to get all Asian women off the f***ing road, streamers in general need to be taken off the f***ing roads. You should not be allowed to stream and drive at the same time. We almost had
True and real from Tectone. How much do you want to bet WestJet's going to hit him with something about Genshin Impact baddies joke after this?
a near-death accident with Extra Emily today.
Okay, near death is an exaggeration, but let's hear about.
And I still love my anime baddies, although their legality is questionable in the state of Texas. By the way,
Didn't see that one coming.
my guns are still banned, but luckily, my Genshin Impact account isn't.
Also, bro put some chainmail on his wife beater. Respect. I hope her insurance sees this. That was actually good. And you know the world is cooked when even Reddit of all places starts making sense. That looked like a fairly aggressive lane change attempt for someone that didn't even shoulder check. When chat says turn, you turn, bro. Twitch plays driving IRL.
Genshin
Totally
baddies
fine,
are
guys.
cool.
She was in control of the vehicle the whole time and never looked at her phone.
Anytime
Not
Tectone
only
comes
the
up in a
phone,
WestJet
she
video,
starts
he's got to say
turning
something
before
about the
looking
Genshin
at
baddies,
hand-eye
bro.
coordination running at low FPS. Or even putting on her blinker, seems like. As an Asian person, I hate that she is reinforcing the stereotype, but also, damn, that girl does not belong in the road, like, at all. Let's not forget she's a woman, too. When Reddit is cooking you, you know you're
Rare Reddit gem.
done. Like, at this point, even Moist Critical is ready to make a video on you. And that's the thing, you can't even justify her actions in any way. You can't be like, oh, it's because of the patriarchy. Women couldn't vote 50 years ago. No, these are, like, the consequences of her actions. Like, she chose to read her chat. And holy moly, breaking news! She just got banned on Twitch as I'm editing this video.
Face,
I'm sure she'll be unbanned by the end of the week.
moisturize, if even. Is that it? Not healthy too? I mean, I would do a body shower. You guys don't have to do makeup and stuff.
The ironic thing is, none of the people watching her take showers. They're Twitch viewers. Since we're on the topic of no showers, look who chimed in.
Maybe this is like
strongest warrior.
a crazy take. But I don't think it should be against the rules to stream while you're driving. But I think that Twitch needs...
Well, he has the rainbow shirt on. We couldn't expect a good one from him today. The rainbow flannel strikes again.
to talk to and contact certain streamers and say, hey, you can't stream while you're driving.
She just needs to
Everybody
show
else
Booba
can,
like powder.
But you can't. And you know why. I think that's what they should do.
As soon as Dan Clancy
Because
sees her
I don't want
picture,
to. No, think
unbanned
about
instantaneously.
this, right? Rare L take. Think about this.
I'm expecting Asma to be wearing a flag shirt.
They're not
Yeah, bro, this guy needs a patriotic shirt. We need to undo the damage of the rainbow flannel and the rainbow shirt.
Driving and they're not causing problems. I don't want to punish 99% of people who are responsible because of 1% of people who are not.
99% of people who use meth don't overdose. We should make it legal. I see where he's coming from, and I guess you could make the exception if your like friend is the person reading the chat. You shouldn't be reading chat in any circumstances while driving. And look, even XQC recently was driving a Lamborghini on the track, not reading chat. This is perfectly fine. In my humble opinion, they should just ban IRL streaming outright because Twitch was better when it was just strictly a gaming platform, but I digress.
I want you to be calm. I want you to be calm. Don't panic. I want you to breathe, and I want you to relax.
Trust, guys. Tomorrow, Asma will get back to his base persona.
I know how to drive, okay?
Right, so I want you to slow down. Caution here.
I know how to
I want you to look.
Sure, buddy.
The jokes really write themselves at this point. If you're watching streamers in big 2026 and you're above the age of 14, your brain might be fried. It's straight up worse
Yeah,
than
you gotta pivot to VTubers, bro.
Love Island. Anyway, if you made it this far, we both know you're unemployed, and subscribe if you're a better driver than Extra Emery.
Extra Emery. Not that. Like, I don't know. Twitch is just a clown show, man. Actually, some of the weirdest people that are just allowed on the platform for no reason, despite committing actual crimes live. Like, am I crazy to say that if you commit a crime on live stream, you probably shouldn't be allowed back on the platform? My dead cat is a better driver. That's crazy. But true. This is misogyny. What's misogyny, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Ruff here.
I gotta know what's misogynistic.
So in this video, I'm going to be talking about another situation where people on Twitter are trying to cancel the VTuber Iron Mouse. Obviously, most people watching this video have heard of her. She has been the subject of some of the weirdest cancellation campaigns you'll ever see. And this time it has to do with this apparently problematic outfit she is wearing with her.
Is somebody gonna say that this is a freaking a white hood uniform, bro? Like what? Maybe I need a white hood toggle, you know? How fast would I get banned if I had that?
VTuber model. This is the official artist who created it, right here displaying it for everyone to see. And apparently this is the product
just blame
of
the patriarchy,
over-sexualization, which is also
they could take a
apparently
lot
the
of
product
issues like
of
this if they just
a
ban social media
misogynistic
from
culture. And also, apparently, unless you're not an
man,
American, you
You
won't
want to use the internet? Show that ID, buddy.
understand what this person is trying to cancel her for. Now, this, of course, is a design that is essentially cosplaying the character Coco from the anime Witch Hat Atelier. And you can see
It's
the
a white
post
wizard
in
hat.
question
Oh, wait,
that got
that's not
the
any better.
response we're talking about, where this account says, VTuber Iron Mouse has revealed a special Witch Hat Atelier inspired outfit created in collaboration with Crunchyroll for tonight's episode.
Wait, so this is just a sponsored... She has a whole freaking sponsored VTuber avatar? Hey, yo, Crunchyroll. Hit me up, bro. I'm brand friendly, I swear. I need a model. You know, you hook a brother up. I don't think it's going to work, guys.
One watch along stream. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be deemed problematic by these so-called normal people on Twitter. Once again, it is pure
Remember Harold the
projection,
Kumar, the
and this
clan that was at a
person will
party?
explain in grueling detail as to why this is so problematic. So here is the person complaining, saying, sorry, this is really weird to me. It's a drawing.
Sees anime character. Immediately thinks of child. The cycle repeats itself. Every single time. For whatever reason.
Of a 12-year-old girl. Why would you intentionally make her look like that?
Bro. It's Iron Mouse's character doing a cosplay of an anime character. Their brains can't comprehend it, bro. It's simply impossible.
against all physical logic of her uniform,
We are not doing
style,
this
and
again.
everything.
They do it like every month, man. There's always a new. What an odd thing to say. Yeah, exactly. You're like, why do they always do the exact same thing? You look like an anime character? Your anime character has boobs. You look like a child. Like, what? What are we talking about?
People on Twitter will literally be mad about anything, right? They are trying to insinuate that Iron Mouse is doing something wrong by having any sort of an outfit or design inspired by this character, because this person sees this and immediately has some pretty deranged
It's a
thoughts.
collaboration. Like, this is in collaboration with Crunchyroll for the thing, bro. Like, what? I'm so confused. These people
Now
just
you can see
don't live in reality,
this
man.
response right here really sums up this situation and so many situations on social media.
That just sums
People
up any leftist situation ever. If it involves the leftist, it's just this. Formulate the perfect enemy in your head. Pin them up. Proceed to be afraid and throw a temper tantrum.
Basically creating their own nightmare scenario, creating problems out of absolutely nothing just to have something to whine
Their brains
and
are
moan
simply
about.
wired to thinking of
But
children.
here is one
and
reply
we're the weird
saying
ones
it's
for
a
noticing that
cosplay.
they're freaks.
It's the character
I hate the
dressed
modern
up
world, yeah.
as Coco. And the original poster responds by saying, I wrote a whole thread because this is the symptom of systematic misogyny at
Jealousy
large.
and projection.
It would be really reductive if you dismissed it in such a baseless...
Guys, this is misogyny. What's up, y'all? Flat chest cosplay? You were sexualizing a child. Have breasts? You were sexualizing a child. Yeah, according to these people.
statement,
I suppose so.
as this person makes a completely baseless set of statements, including bringing up the big M word, misogyny. Worse yet, systematic.
When in doubt, throw out the misogyny card. You'll be sure to at least get a few of your brain-rotted zealots on your side.
Misogyny. I guess what we're looking at here
This Iron Mouse drama is just so stupid, but a palate cleanser.
Misogyny.
Gotta
I'm
have a
sorry, I
palate
guess
cleanser
I'm
after the
not woke
depressing
enough
news
to
we covered earlier.
understand what they're trying to say here, but this is absolutely insane. And you can see, again, dismissing criticisms as reductive. Oh, you're too small-brained to understand what I'm saying. This will be a theme later on, and also, we will talk about this thread because it is just as deranged as you might guess. But here's another individual saying this is her model.
blamed.
Am I blind? I don't
Blamed
see
and crapped
anything
on for calling
wrong
them
or
out.
sexual about this.
Yeah, exactly.
And talking as a VTuber rigger too, it's a screenshot from a low angle / looking up.
Yeah, there's literally nothing sexual about this model to begin with. This might be Iron Mouse's most covered up model, and this might be the most covered up VTuber model in history, to be honest. Like, if we're just being straight up here. In terms of female VTubers, this might be the most covered up model ever created.
Imagine the perspective with big breasts in that angle. You probably can't because it's all sexual for you, which is a very astute observation here for individuals like this who are so progressive and so against misogyny.
Wait until
It's
they start
very funny
complaining
to
about the
see them
shading.
look at something like this and make it sexual. And they think they're the good guys in this situation. And of course,
Woman with large breasts that's entirely covered up. Oh, you sexual. There's actually worse than the Puritans, man. Puritans would be like, "Whoa, you're being a bit too much there."
of course, you can see some people trying to correct the original poster, saying not to be that guy, but that is how breasts work. They expand the fabric sat around them on the exact, like physics and anatomy. Sure, you can be
I actually like that model. It's pretty cute.
but you'd be against a mountain of VTubers with big breasts. Tons of cosplayers change form a bit based on the cosplayer's body, with some examples provided right here.
If that turns you on,
Now,
it
the
tells me
original
more
poster
about
had
you
a
than
great
me.
response saying, I did not say anything about breast size, plus those are not the kind of clothes that work like Coco's uniform. Jeez,
I'm surprised they
really
haven't connected the
defending
dots to a certain clan since they love to call it out. That's the first thing I thought of. I see pointy hat, I know where my brain thinks.
honor of this fictional character, but they are not directly saying it in the original post, but they're very heavily implying what they mean. What else could they possibly be talking about when they're talking about her character here? It's covered up. It's fully clothed. What exactly is sexualized? What exactly is problematic? There's only one way you can even go.
Guys, you have to have a mastectomy if you're a woman with large breasts. Otherwise, everything you do is sexualized, according to these people.
Trying to
It's
deny
literally
that.
this close to being a nun
But
outfit.
I did mention that thread, right? Oh boy, it's a doozy. So after getting dragged by so many people on Twitter, they decided to release their manifesto explaining everything completely.
Oh, wisdom is about to be dropped upon us.
Untouchable. There's no way to debunk these amazing points. Let's give it a whirl here. Honestly, gonna lose my patience if I have to deal with more illiterate pancake wafflers.
Hot takes, nuns are
There
S
is-
tier hot. In anime, yeah, bro. I don't know why they always cook with the anime nuns. They make the anime nuns way hotter than like they have any business being. It kind of doesn't make sense.
No justification for unnaturally sexualizing yourself when you're cosplaying a child. So I'm just
Unnaturally
gonna
sexualizing yourself. Bro, what? You have boobs. Unnaturally sexualizing yourself. Like, is having big boobs? I mean, that would be the definition of naturally sexualizing yourself, and that still doesn't even make any sense. This person has Ando's fetish. What do you mean my fetish, bro?
got everything here instead of typing it out. So basically, they're accusing Iron Mouse of sexualizing
Fighting
herself and the
allegations now.
character while she is literally fully clothed. And also, that's not what she does with her content.
Forced surgical
And also, they're saying
androgenization just to make
cosplaying
the
a child
mentally ill
referring
feel
to
better.
an anime character. It's literally peak delusion. But they continue on with their numbered list, their numeric list of.
I mean, that's what the white, blue, and pink flags would like you to do to yourself. They'd like everybody to hit themselves with the ugly stick 47 times so they look like them.
Everything wrong here. Saying, number one, this is not just a woman with breasts. I have breasts. They don't work like that. For elaboration on what the issue is. See number 2 for elaboration on unrealism.
It's like a choose your own adventure. Turn to page 2. Turn to page 3. Remember, guys, no booba equals child. Booba equals child. Woke Twitter is always right. Exactly.
Number 3. Sir, this is a Wendy's. What are we talking about here? But they continue on. Number
it's okay.
2,
I like girls
it's a
in
model
dress
of a
shirts and
person
pants
who
like
depicts
Makima from
themselves
Chainsaw Man
sexually.
or Saber
When?
from Phase Zero. If you are not attracted to Makima, you're just gay. Like, that's just the honest truth. We must all look alike? Yeah, bro.
When did they
I'm being disenfranchised because this person is too attractive.
do that? What are you talking about? In your mind?
This person is too curvy. We need to cut the curves off. I'm being disenfranchised because I'm flat.
Is that what you're trying to say? I think that's only happening in your mind, but they say, I don't
Getting
care
back
about
into the
that. Well,
tomboyism again? Oh no. Not the great tomboy debate of 2026.
clearly caring about it. Do what you want. In this case, however, when you change the physical nature of the body and the logic of the cosplayed underage character's clothes in favor of being sexual, it's a problem. Yeah, it's a problem if you're terminally online and you didn't get enough oxygen at birth. Yeah, I'm sure that is...
That's pretty much exactly this. This guy is making a problem over a literal nothing burger. Like, this is straight up nothing. Can't wait for this person's D&D rulebook to explain why them thinking of children when they see a grown woman is normal. Yeah. Bro, 90% of black women need to lose weight then.
a problem
Hey, I didn't say it.
to you, the situation we're
just thought
talking about. But also, changing the physical nature, it's basically the essentially, it's a cosplay for a VTuber. It's a VTuber's version of cosplaying as a character. Of course, the anatomy is going to look a little different. It's going to change the physical
They're
nature.
saying this as though this isn't a collaboration with Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll almost certainly signed off on this design. They're acting like this is something, like the officials themselves said this was okay. Who is this random person on Twitter to even try and make this point to begin with? Also, 86,000 impressions and 49 likes. We're cooked. It's over for you, bro. Yes, please explain your breasts to me in extreme detail.
of what the original character looks like because their characters don't have the same body type. It's just the uniform moving from one to the other, but they don't understand that. But they continue on number 3 to really hammer this home. The chest starts from the collarbone for some reason. Again, I don't care. 2 straight paragraphs about not caring about the subject matter. I don't care about anatomical errors, but considering
I don't care about these things, but let me explain to you in grievous detail why I care so much.
Quality of the rest of the art, it's
like
not.
Some people just don't think before they type, I guess. Like, it's not like this is something somebody spoke and they spoke before they could think. They had to type all this out and then press enter. Yo, what's up, Don Cheeky? How you doing,
Not
bro?
an error. It's a visual choice. Additionally, we have a whole sequence of Coco putting on the uniform. It's entirely possible for it to work the way it's shaded here on any chest size unless it was tailored to be sexual and additionally had the cloth at the
This person is shade sexual, bro, apparently. If it's shaded in a specific way. That's too impure for his eyes.
chest pushed in at its center. Not an ounce of realism, so don't BS me with
it's an X
how
user,
it's
you expect
just
them to
a
have brain
regular
cells.
chest. Okay. So yeah, when they said they didn't mention anything about the chest, that's
Shading
exactly
is
what they're
yeah,
doing.
I guess so.
They were
bro.
lying, right? And also, they're just so mad about what? The shading? The shading is what's got them so worked up. The shade of consent, the cosplay of consent. What are we even talking about anymore? This person's mad about chest shade. They're that mad. They're writing a light novel about it, trying to demonize a VTuber. But they continue on in number 4. Realism is not the subject here, even though you've literally just wrote 3 paragraphs in a row talking about it. We are all humans. We know stuff isn't done in a certain way out of creative freedom. We can all see the kinds of audience and reaction the creators of those things want, especially when it comes to how particularly younger
Your
women
character
are.
shading is too sexy, please change it. I look a bit too dead inside. My apologies. Bro. Like, what is this person even waffling about, man?
Are depicted. What do you mean by that? No, seriously, what do you mean by that? Are you implying there's something predatory going on here? Are you implying that Iron Mouse's audience is predatory and that's what...
This person's hard drive needs to be searched immediately. It's always the people like this that you end up seeing on the news having been arrested for nefarious activity. Who's the we speak of? Are they in the room with us now?
She's catering to with that model, not to mention her regular content and regular outfits and VTuber models. But like this one in particular,
the least sexual Iron Mouse model in history, and this guy's tearing it apart for being too too sexy. Like, what?
I think there's something nefarious being catered to here. Take your meds. But they write another one saying, I don't know anything about Iron Mouse.
Wall of text was already screaming, spurging out to me.
You don't know
Yeah.
anything about her, but you're claiming that she is sexualizing herself. You don't know anything about her, but you're trying to cancel her on Twitter over
Guys,
this
trust me, I don't
outfit.
care. I don't watch the person. I don't know anything about them. Here, let me go on an entire tirade and write an entire novel as to why this person is evil and is doing some very heinous things with their new VTuber model that's explicitly a collaboration project with Crunchyroll and a particular anime. But I don't care, guys. I don't care at all.
Okay, buddy. But they say, I'm not saying anything about her as a person. Yes, you are. But this specific situation is a symptom of misogyny.
I'm not saying
in the
anything about her as a person, proceeded to imply that she only caters her audience to actual criminals. Hey? Make it make sense.
industry at large, and it's BS to
Gotta throw out the
ignore the
misogyny
way
card.
people do. Amazing. We got a 2-time misogyny mention right here. Also, it's very funny. You're basically screwed if you do, screwed if you don't, right? If your character is flat, they think you're problematic. If you have some chest size, you're also problematic. It's all just misogyny. There's literally no direction you can go that will appease these maniacs. But We now arrive at number 5. It's a cosplay, not actually Coco. Refer to number 2. So all women can have breasts now. Refer to number 1. All anime art styles are unrealistic. It's a fantasy world. Who cares? Refer to number 4. What was the point of number 5? Number 5 was just to refer back to 3 other points. I don't think you needed number 5 if you did such a good job of explaining
most certainly
your
written at around 100
logic,
feet away from
but
a school.
They wrap it up with an absolute banger.
Oh, they gotta hit them with the Americans. Deal with whatever you people were fed in school. Oh, they're from a Euro slop country.
Normally with these disaster threads, they end by saying, muting this, I don't care anymore, I'm not even paying attention anymore, while they're clearly still paying attention.
A Euroid in the wild.
They go a new route, attacking Americans. We got July 4th coming up soon, buddy. 250 years of great history.
Yeah, sick
How
freedom
dare
on this
you?
person.
So close to America's birthday. They say, last note, Americans, do not interact.
Probably
I
a woke
seriously
Euro.
don't have the
Opinion
patience to deal with
automatically invalid.
whatever you, in quotes,
moron see
people
stupid see
were
idiot,
fed
idiot
in
see
school.
moron, repeat,
oh,
yeah.
boy, this is a
$100
school
they from
issue now.
Poland.
This is a schooling issue. Well, I'm glad
For sure.
everywhere outside of the United States apparently was taught about the designs of VTuber models and
the French. I have no evidence to support this, but I think we can all agree they're French.
chest shading.
Or Canadian.
Yeah, everyone else is so uneducated. How did this become an
But like
American
anywhere from Alberta, Canada,
versus
you know?
non-American thing?
Or anywhere
it's
not
actually
Alberta,
insane.
Canada.
Also implying that Americans aren't people. Wow. Shiver Me Timbers, Reddit just called. It wants its edgy, safe humor back.
See, I think when somebody
yeah,
posts something like this on the internet, we as Americans should just go conquer their land. Just for fun. For kicks. Just to show them who's boss, you know? It's a schooling issue. Bro, this person should not be mentioning anything about a school, I'm telling you. They're saying it in revenge after having been banned from schools. It should be studied how misogynists were somehow accepting the woke cartoon
waving
club, yeah.
of the white flag of defeat here. This person's absolutely cooked. And you can see some more comments here saying, I've read the whole thread and, you know, maybe the internet is not for you. Genuinely, like, maybe you shouldn't be online. Yes, I don't think someone like this is really cut out for the internet. If this is something that is
It's like what Cosmic is saying, Canadian
their
syndrome.
jimmies this hard,
It should be studied
where
how
they're crashing
I already
out
read that.
and making long
To be
threads,
fair, our schools suck.
whining
They
about
do suck, but don't everywhere's.
chest shades and how it's the product of industrial misogyny or whatever
padded
dribble this
celluloids.
person
The
was
box
trying to say.
cries
But here's
to be
another
fed.
point. This person says, posts like this make me kind of sad because, like, if I want to cosplay one of the girls, I'd be accused of sexualizing a child because I have a very large chest that I have no control over. It causes me chronic pain, and I can't even bind because of the size. So apparently that's disgusting of me. Yes.
How dare you have large boobs, you predator? Like, we live in clown universe, dude. What? You have large boobs? What are you, a child? To prison with you. Like,
I'm so glad you're realizing the logic behind this totally sane individual's post. Yeah, if you're endowed, you can't cosplay these characters. I'm sorry. It's not only misogynistic and
low key,
I guess in this case,
I want
internalized
to
misogyny.
see Jody's cosplay now. Some would say big is better. I've heard that said before.
Or something like that, some buzz phrase. But also, you know, very predatory. And also, you know, I would assume the same person would be very mad if it's the opposite, right? If you have the opposite chest size. That's problematic too. It just goes back to how nothing makes these people happy, right? Flat, endowed, doesn't matter. It's all problematic. It's all a product of misogyny. Apparently, all sizes were created by the industrial misogyny complex. I don't
If all sizes were created by the misogyny complex, I don't think flat chests would exist, bro. Someone somewhere will be offended I said that.
really know, ladies and gentlemen. All I know
The
is
cry
my
of
brain
flat as justice warriors was heard.
brain is busted. This is what caused a controversy. This. My goodness. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. If
that
you
person's
enjoyed,
own personal 9/11 is this.
please consider liking the video. Consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads.
The tomboyers aren't going to like you now? Being flat doesn't make you a tomboy, bro. If huge honkers don't make this person happy, I don't think anything will. They're immune to happiness. Remember Pro ZD and Hoffema's video? Big Dekai Opie. Yeah, exactly.
As well as multiple streams live here on
Quang
YouTube
O.
every week. But overall, hope you guys enjoy the video, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, that was good. That was a nice light-hearted drama to soothe the soul after all the depressing stuff we looked at earlier. 6 minutes left before I enter the American month. Now I'm already in there. I've been in July for like an hour, man. Not patriotic of you enough. A guy like me enters America month the second I'm offered the opportunity. You take that back. I don't like your insinuation. Yeah, man, he's saying tomboys can only be flat. What do you have to say to this? I'm gonna restart the great tomboy conversation. July is MAGA month, baby. I guess I don't lie to myself. No, it's okay. I'll forgive it. Barbecues all around. Oh, I love some ribs, man. That would slap. I saw this video earlier. I wanted to watch it.
Will we start off with doom and gloom today?
I think this is talking about RAM prices as well as these cloud streaming game services or whatever.
Well, depends on where you are.
Tomboys
in
can
the
be
markets.
hot.
Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron sued over alleged DRAM price fixing amid record memory costs. Lawsuit claims coordinated HBM shift was covered to curtail DDR3 and DDR4 production.
I'm inclusive about breast size. All breasts are nice. Just some are nicer than others.
Oof. I mean, you're telling me RAM going up 600%?
Did he lie?
I would like to highlight these guys have been convicted of price fixing before. Yeah, I think I saw where this is not the first time. But let's read this article by Luke James here. A California class action accuses the three memory makers of choking DDR3 and DDR4 supply. Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron were sued on June the 25th in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California, where 17 plaintiffs accuse the three memory makers of illegally coordinating to restrict DRAM supply
tomboys,
and
but all
inflate
tomboys
prices
I've known
that the
were.
complaint says have risen roughly 700% over 4 years. The class action, filed as Garzaguire versus Samsung Electronics and assigned to Judge Noel Wise, invokes Section 1 of the Sherman Act and targets companies that together hold around 90% of the global DRAM
keep
market.
themselves competitive on the market.
To avoid monopolies. Now, Samsung and SK Hynix have pleaded guilty to criminal DRAM pricing fixing once before, with the latter paying a $185 million fine in April.
See, but $185 million fine, even in 2005 money, what would that be now? Like $300 million or something? Probably something around there. Not quite double, but something similar, right? $300 million in terms of inflation. That's like nothing compared to these guys, because the amount of money that they're making on the price hike is going to make them more money back than how much they have to pay when they're fined for this problem.
2005. Oh, fool me once. So roughly 20 years ago. Let's just say 20 years ago. They probably thought that was enough time, huh? They probably forgot about us,
It's
right?
nothing for those companies. Yeah,
Only
exactly.
$185 million.
All the money they're making off of hiking the prices covers those fines and more.
Yeah, a little slap on the hand. That was 2005 money, though. Still a slap on the hand, man. The complaint argues that the three companies use a coordinated shift toward high bandwidth memory HBM, the stacked DRAM that feeds AI accelerators, as a cover to curtail production of older DDR3 and DDR4 modules. That contraction in commodity DRAM, the plaintiff argues, pushed prices to record highs, while no rival could step in. Building a new DRAM fab costs tens of billions and takes years, leaving the incumbents
Thank God I don't have to
free
buy anything
cut
gaming
output
hardware
without
related. Got
fear
everything I
of
need.
being undercut. The nameplate.
Well, the thing about gaming hardware, especially right now, is like you might not have to buy it now, but these companies keep making games for like they just expect you to have like a freaking 5090 and 64 gigabytes of RAM for whatever because UE5 is so unoptimized it's ridiculous. So how long will that last, do you think? I mean, maybe you have a legitimate
14
supercomputer.
individuals
I don't know.
and 3 small PC businesses, among them Troy's Computers and Florida Repair Outfit, My Florida PC. And they cite Apple's recent iPad and Mac price increases as evidence of the squeeze. They're seeking class status, an injunction, and treble damages as a result. However, this case revisits a precedent that was already established in the same courthouse. A 2018 class action brought by law firm Hagens Berman made similar claims about parallel production cuts, and the district court dismissed it in 2020. The Ninth Circuit upheld that dismissal in 2022, ruling the trio's conduct was more likely explained by lawful, unchoreographed free market behavior than by an illegal agreement. If you're listening to this right now and you're thinking, Ross, this just sounds so boring, I don't care. You know, if people were colluding together and driving up the price of their hardware, and you know this has an effect on everything you touch. Everything you touch today, unless you're Amish. Amish are doing pretty good. I got to give it to them. I think they figured it out a long time ago. But unless you're Amish,
Everybody's going to become Amish
in some
now.
way are getting by all of this. It was held at the time that the plaintiff's 8+ factors didn't clear Section 1's threshold, which demands evidence of an actual agreement rather than the conscious parallelism common in a 3-supplier market. The new complaint leans on the pivot to HBM as the additional evidence that this earlier lawsuit lacked. Oh.
I mean, what's the goal here?
Evidence.
What's the end game, right? You will own nothing and you will be happy. I mean, that seems like the goal. You see companies like Nintendo trying to sell you keys to a game, right? You don't even own the game anymore. Plenty of, I mean, for the most part, most game companies, consoles, stuff like that, they're trying to push you to buy all these digital titles so that you don't have actual, real, physical copies of games anymore. It just seems like what they're trying to do is they're eventually going to try and push all these gaming cloud services and whatnot where, you know, you don't own anything yourself and you have to rely on these companies to give you what they desire to be able to give you. And at that point, they basically have you in a price chokehold because they're the only people making anything. And really, what can you do about it?
Dense. So unless these companies stand up and they go, yeah, we did it. We're doing this.
They want to take everything away from us, yeah.
We're driving the price up. We're fucking
Thankfully,
you.
GOG still
Unless they do
exists
that,
for now.
they must be innocent. Just this is all the market pushing this up. That's right. The 3 memory makers have publicly stated they're operating independently while redirecting capacity to HBM, and senior executives have warned the shortage could run for years. Investment bank Jefferies expected DRAM prices to rise another 40 to 50% in the third quarter and a further 30 to 40% in the fourth, with no meaningful relief before 2028. The allegation remains unproven, and defendants have not yet responded in court. I mean, look, you've got these 3 companies essentially here that control, what did it say, 90% of the global DRAM market. I hate to say, boys, we're kind of f***ed. You know what I mean? I think stuff like this is still
Remember when monopolies were illegal?
good.
Me neither.
And hopefully this could do something, but until we get something to just bring that number down. Yeah, and this is what's so crazy to me. It's been like this now for decades. Why haven't we jumped on this? Like, of all the things that gets invested into here in the US, why haven't? And I know it's a big upfront cost. I get it.
Well, you could say the same thing about like Taiwan and the chips, right? We're so reliant on this country that's basically conjoined at the hip with China. And we're just not willing to really double, triple down and really make sure that we can get production on these things underway in a meaningful fashion so that we're not super reliant on these other places that just starve us out.
It's expensive, but of all the things that get subsidized, especially now more than anything, but this should have been done so long ago. Making memory is extremely complicated, time-consuming, and expensive. You know what else is expensive, Reven? Companies increasing prices on you by 700%. That's also extremely expensive. Look, all I'm saying is this problem that we see today, it won't go away. Yeah? If anything, it's going to get worse. And at some point, you know, someone's going to have to step into the market here. The thing is, guys, I don't see prices dropping anytime soon. Because
they're probably going to go up.
Data centers are just getting built left and right. They're being put up all over the place, and they're going to be building these data centers for a while. Because most of these data centers already take, you know, they'll take anywhere from 3 to 4 years to complete, especially once you include site work and stuff. So there's just a lot being committed to it, man. Do I think it's going to go higher? It may go up. I don't know. Actually, really, a lot of it depends on this lawsuit, how much pressure that puts on it.
Sounds like a job for Elon.
Fact, fine. That these companies are essentially price fixing together. I think the most concerning thing that I have been told
not
recently,
exactly TSMC and
Legendary
Nvidia
Drops,
have been
and we were just chatting about
to sell mostly to the US.
Just the price of hardware. And his theory is that he thinks that the prices are going to continuously just keep going and going and going until no one owns anything. Until no one owns.
Legendary Drops is 100% correct. Like 100% on the money with that opinion. I mean, it's pretty blatantly obvious if you've been even participating in purchasing video games for the last decade or so, where they've tried to phase out any trace of physical media whatsoever. They just want to own all the stuff. They want to be able to revoke your rights to your consoles and your games and whatnot. They don't want you to have any real physical products. They want you to own nothing. And eventually, they want you to not even own your hardware, right? They want you to be using hardware from them, right? You're not using your own local stuff anymore.
Any hardware. And with all the data centers being built, the goal will be you and I, when we go to play video games, it will be streamed to our monitor. Kind of like
China
Stadia
still lets
back
from Taiwan, but not the
we're getting
top-notch ones.
priced out of
Trump
it,
cutting China
right?
off slowly
Rather
but surely.
than it being out.
Yeah, I know. It's just so scary to have to be reliant on Taiwan, especially considering where it's located, right? Like, obviously, Taiwan wants us to succeed rather than China because they hate China. But, I mean, how realistic is that?
Actually, like a potentially better alternative to gaming. You're getting price out of the market, and so the only way you can play
kind of like
video
Stadia.
games
Say no more. I'm gonna krill myself real quick. Yeah, they want to do Stadia. Obviously, they want to do something better than Stadia. I think Stadia came out way before its time, in a sense. Not that I think Stadia is ever a good thing, right? I don't want Stadia to become the norm, but I do think that if they ever manage to fix the latency problem, this is going to get so dangerous for us people out here that want to actually own your stuff. Hey, it's Asman in the Stadia ad. I don't think that's Asman, bro.
To what? Just subscribe. Get another subscription. This would be a
He did look
cloud
a lot like him,
hardware
though.
subscription. You have some folks that are already really trying to
He had a
push
little bit
this,
too much hair.
And so it sounds plausible, guys. It sounds like that is, in fact, the long-term strategy is to push this to this point. Well, the problem I have with all of this is that no serious gamer wants to stream their game because of input lag. That input lag is awful.
Yeah,
That's why we
agreed.
couldn't do Stadia. I enjoyed Stadia because if
But
you
what
wanna
about when that
say,
input lag
check
is gone?
serve
That's what worries me. Because obviously they're going to work on that.
in his inventory and you're out of town.
Or their idea is make everything so expensive that you can't afford to play games any way other than having this egregious input lag.
Stadia was nice for that, but the input lag just, it's not a good, it doesn't feel good to play. You know what I mean? Even if it's not a competitive game you're playing, no one likes that 0.2, even 0.1 second input lag delay there. I hate to say it, but NVIDIA with GeForce Now does actually a good job. So walk me through GeForce Now, guys, because I've heard people talk about GeForce. I have not used it. I thought GeForce
I haven't
still
used GeForce
runs
at all.
off of your local
I have an AMD
hardware,
system,
but
so.
streams it within proximity of that. When I'm talking about cloud gaming, I'm talking about no hardware exists. No, it runs off of a data center. You can cloud stream your entire Steam library. Oh my God, is it actually good? It's the bomb. Oh,
Input lag will always be a thing with streaming. Yeah, it'll always be a thing, but my thing is, what if it gets to the point where it's like negligible? I mean, maybe that will never happen, but I really don't know.
Let me look up. What's the GeForce? Mod, send me a link for what GeForce costs. So you have your basic.
Because I mean, like, obviously this is way bigger than like wireless mouse versus wired mouse kind of deal. It's like way more complicated and all that. But wireless mice used to be, nobody used to use them because they were, they took freaking forever. You know what I mean? And now everybody, for the most part, uses a wireless mouse because there's basically no difference. I've used it. It's actually good. Really.
Rig. Access to 2,000 games. 1 hour gaming sessions. 1080p resolution.
You get your gaming session locked? So what happens after 1 hour? Do you just reboot, or are you just straight up locked out of it for the rest of the day?
Resolution. Up to 60 frames? Yeah. No, I don't know about that. Performance. $65 a month. Access
okay, that's not $65 a month. Well, okay, it's $100 for 12 months.
4,500 games. Oh, but you get 6-hour gaming sessions. Oh my God. 1440p resolution, 60 FPS.
Up to 60 FPS for $100 a year, bro? Like, are you kidding me?
Yes, but wait! There's more. Are you an ultimate gamer? Now, you will have 8...
What the one? What is 5K resolution? 2? What? 360? It just goes from 60 FPS to 360 FPS? And you're paying $200 a year for this. The sessions is a daily thing.
Hour gaming session.
Oh, I see it down here, actually. There is no set limit to how many times a member may start a new session in a day. So I guess you just start it over.
5K resolution. What the fuck is that? Who the hell's playing
Broken
at
by
5K
half a year. Final
Anyone
Fantasy
in this
14 for
stream
$13
right now playing at 5K?
What's this pricing?
Up to 360 FPS. That's pretty good.
Okay, this is a bit different than just having Final Fantasy 14. But also, not to mention, you still have to buy your games, right? I mean, certainly. I can never see this being like you don't have to purchase your games. I'm assuming you buy them and then you run them through this. They can control how much you play, what you play, just more control taken out of your hands. Yeah, exactly. The thing about something like this is even if this were to look good right now, think about where this goes in the future, because they'll just hike the prices. It's the same thing they did with Netflix, right? Netflix started with low pricing to basically destroy cable TV. And then once everybody's hooked on Netflix, they just bump the prices up and 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 then remove shows and then, you know, this, that, and the other. And basically remove any reason you actually got it in the first place. It's the same thing they want to do with this. They'll make it enticing at first, and then the less and less competition they have, the worse and worse it'll get. Because what options do you have otherwise? You gonna go buy a freaking PS5 Pro for $900? Absolutely not.
And then order first.
Because eventually you've sunk so much money into buying the games that you feel like you have to keep purchasing this, right? Otherwise, you're not going to have access to the games that you already bought, like PS Plus.
Priority access to queue. Oh my God. No wait. Typically, you wait less than a minute here. And then for the free one, there you go. More than 2 minute wait. Yeah, that's the 12-month price. This goes up to $200.
Oh, bro, you can get stuck in a queue too? Oh, man. Imagine you buy the freaking $100 a year thing and you're stuck in queue to play games. Yeah, you can join back. Problem is there's a queue and it's frustrating to wait up until you can join back in and continue your game. Yeah. I'm okay with playing Left 4 Dead 2 on Steam and the occasional retro console games. Yeah.
Per month. Guys, I think this is the game plan. The game plan is to drive prices up like crazy. Essentially push the consumer out of the market to then offer them an alternative.
And then eventually, you're going to see something like this comboed with Game Pass, and you're not going to own any games. You're not going to own any hardware. You're just going to be playing freaking Xbox Game Pass on a perpetual subscription and have a perpetual subscription to use or play any games whatsoever. Crazy.
Version of an alternative. And with all the data centers being built, you yourself are subsidizing, whether you know it or not, it leads to this. Am I reading this wrong? Is this $65 for 12 months? Is this $129 for 12 months? Oh, we're f***ed. We're so f***ed. The only thing that I was like, it's still way too high for this to be mass
Used to be $50 over a decade ago. Now for
Look,
best
guys,
tier, it's
you won't own
160.
hardware.
Really?
I really believe it's going to hit that point. You won't own hardware. You will stream everything. Now, the thing that I don't like is this 8-hour gaming sessions. Why? Why limit us? What about if I want to be a degenerate 40 hours straight? You know what I mean?
The cloud is really good, but the fact they do this is crap. Yeah.
You have to reboot. Oh, that's it? I hate to say it, fellas. This is
It's
kind
more
of
or less the fact that something like this is the game plan for how they root us out of actually owning anything ourselves. Like, I'm totally fine with this being an option for people who don't want to buy a system, but the fact that we're basically getting priced out of even purchasing a computer, like how much is it for even a mid PC? Like $1,500 at this point because of inflation and the prices of everything inside the computer also going up to a ridiculous extent, like RAM. Like, what are you supposed to do? You just pay $200 a year and you get to play whatever games that you buy, I guess? Like, theoretically, it's not that bad of a deal. It's just, where does this go from here? Because the price of this is just going to go up and up and up. Guaranteed.
Good deal. I fucking hate to say this just completely
And your
kills
ability of what
this-
games you want to play and choose and stuff like that, it's just going to go down. Like, they're making it enticing now, but what about in the future?
Kind of a good deal, boys. I'm sorry. It's kind of a good deal. It may actually be kind of good, dude. I don't fall for it. I'm just saying, dude. I don't like it either. I like owning my own shit, but it's kind of a good deal. It's kind of a good deal. All you have to do is just reboot.
If you're broke,
it
boy,
really
just
is
say so.
360 FPS. Yeah,
True.
what's the latency like? Dude, somebody here talk to me about this. We'll have to try this out. What is the latency really like? It's noticeable. If it's noticeable, ain't no way this is ever going to...
Typical
At least for me,
glazed across.
It won't, dude. I hate latency.
Well, he's
Nothing
not
makes
wrong,
me-
right? Like, for what it is, you're basically paying $200 a month to have a top-notch piece. But, like, I can't run 360 FPS at whatever 5K resolution is. Like, but the problem is, obviously, that they want you to not have anything.
Angrier than whenever I move my cursor, my mouse, my damn reticle, and even the smallest delay sends me over the edge. There is no set limit to how many times a member may start a new session in a day. All right, so you get 8-hour gaming sessions, but you can restart. Look, man, I don't like this price even with the, I thought it was per month, but even still I don't like
I
this
just
price.
realized that there's ads? The free version has ads. How long until the ads get ported into these more expensive versions when this becomes more and more popular? The fact that ads are already present is really bad, bro.
Still $200. But let me ask you something. If they brought the latency down to where it feels like if you were actually gaming on a piece of hardware right next to your machine. Hold on, hear me out. And this price was cut in half. Say it's $65
You
a
didn't
year.
see that.
The price isn't the issue, it's the concept in general. You don't have to pay enough for games, much less pay more to stream games. Right, but let's be real, guys. At the rate that hardware prices are going up, even like a mid-tier PC right now is almost a couple grand. See what I'm saying? So I hear you. I know what you're saying. I completely agree. I also want to
You know,
own
they'll
my own
eventually make you
hardware.
have
I've
ads like
always
Amazon
wanted to
Prime.
own
Yeah,
my own
exactly.
hardware. And I don't
like the ads are already baked into the system. It's just a matter of time before it's like, oh, well, the free version. Well, for one, the free version will probably cease to exist at some point, like they did with Crunchyroll and all these other services that offer the ad viewing experience or whatever. With eventually, they'll phase out the free variant. And then the cheapest version will still have ads. And then the next cheapest version will have ads. And then suddenly you find yourself paying $200 a year to have ads in your frickin' game. And your $200 a year subscription has gotten you kicked off of the 5080. And now you're running on like a... I don't know what, bro. You're running on a 2070 Ti.
like cloud gaming. I'm also just mainly comparing this to when we played Stadia because the latency was noticeable. But with hardware prices continuing to get pushed up, these deals are going to sound more and more appealing to people.
They're also going to up the prices every single time they release a new GPU and be like, oh, well, the price is justified by the new GPU we just released. we've doubled the price tag now. And we're also removing the old option. So now you either have to pay $400 to access what you had before, or you have to suffer and go for like the $100 option that has access to less games that you already purchased and has ads.
I'm bubble burst soon. I don't know, man.
Imagine an ad interrupting your emotional cutscene, or have to play an ad before you can watch your intimate scenes. It's gonna be like the freaking old mobile game. I mean, I guess mobile games still do it now. I mean, I can't say I'm really a mobile gamer, so I don't know. But back when the App Store and like mobile games were first becoming a big thing, and you would like cut the rope, or like freaking Temple Run or whatever, watch an ad to continue playing the game. Can't wait to buy new appliances too, only for it to play ads. You buy your new smart fridge and it's just blasting ads all day.
I'm gonna kill you, bitch.
Watching stream on YouTube has ads.
Go, whoa, holy shit! Everybody, calm down. We need to stop doing this. But I'm gonna be honest. If Claude did that or any AI did that, who knows, man? It probably market might even go up over that news. You know where I'm coming from? You imagine the news story breaking on that AI has threatened humanity.
Prices for hardware and streaming will just go up at the same time,
guys.
And inflation as well. So maybe it'll just balloon straight to the sky.
The top line, read the notes. You must already own or purchase titles to play them on GeForce Now. Your performance is dependent on device type, settings, network quality, and more. Yeah, guys, I figure buying the games was still going to be required. Did y'all think that you wouldn't have to buy games anymore? So what's the point? The point is this. You wake up tomorrow and a laptop, a basic motherfucking laptop, is 10 grand. There's your alternative right here.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Yeah, bro. It's dire, ain't it? Oh, man. This is the future. You will own nothing and you'll be happy. You will live stream your games through the cloud. We're so cooked, man. It's actually over. Premium user here. No ads for me. Well, I thought you were a broke boy, man. I was at Lowe's the other day and walked past the fridges, and there was one where you had to log in. Why am I logged into a fridge? I open the door, I see what's in it. No. They have the freaking fridge login for the people who are trying to like be on a diet or whatever. You like buy a fridge and you have like a really morbidly obese person that lives with you, and you just have to lock them out of it. That's crazy. The government can lock you out of your food if they don't like the way you vote? Oh no. With the consequences are limitless for buying a fridge with a freaking password. Imagine playing Spider-Man PS4, getting all the way to the very end to Aunt May dies, and you just get hit with the stop into Wawa. Yeah, bro, they hit you with the they hit you with one of those medical commercials or whatever, where it's the freaking old people dancing to the weird tune they've created for this new pharmaceutical drug. Oh, that would be so... Like, it's funny to think about that, but honestly, how long until that happens? How long until we enter the Cyberpunk 2077 era and people are getting freaking implants, Neuralinks, and you're getting an ad run through your Neuralink because you don't subscribe to Neuralink Premium? My friend tried selling me phone-controlled thermostats for my house in 2017, so glad I said no. The government shuts off your AC. And you get the cops show up at your door if you force it open. The crime of opening your fridge. If you or a loved one has been affected by... Yeah. Finish a game, see ad for antidepressants. Yeah, soon. Nah, when we enter the Neuralink meta and everybody has Neuralinks and their freaking arms are replaced by AI and stuff, someone's just gonna hack into your brain and you're cooked. Or heating, then you'll freeze. Yeah, true. Oh boy. Powder and Banana Juju. What are they getting canceled for? Besides just existing at this point.
Was pretty much a national pastime on this channel, and that is talk about the usual suspects on Twitter screeching about problematic VTubers. Entering the Thunderdome today, we have the problematic VTubers, Powder and Banana Juju. We've talked about both of these VTubers before on this channel. A lot of people are very mad at them for being so problematic. And to
Are these my elf wife and based monkey? Yeah, true.
Today, they are the target of this individual who is trying to lead a deplatform.
You know it's about to be fire when a dude named Flabberjiggles is complaining about you. Like, could you have named yourself anything less intimidating, bro? Oh my gosh.
Forming campaign against these two.
I feel like we should go back to colonization. Times were better back then.
Or wrong thing.
Hey, us colonizing the world made it made everything better. True or true?
Now, of course, this individual is interesting to say the least. A self-described...
Who is this? Never mind. Never mind. I think it's so funny that they simp for all of these Japanese VTubers and stuff like that in Japan. Japanese people, like the most conservative people ever. Just notice Powder white, Juju yellow. Together, they are banana. They're banana and rice.
Woke, leftist, autistic VTweeter. That's a mouthful.
You know it's going to be fire when they have to list their debuffs in their Twitter Twitter description.
But in their attempt to cancel these two VTubers, what happened?
Flabberjiggles, I have to imagine that accurately reflects their physicality.
Analyzing their own tweets and start uncovering some really heinous interactions where they were trying to justify something that is truly diabolical. And all I can say before we get into that segment of the video is every single time one of these people try to virtue signal about problematic people, especially VTubers, they have some heinous stuff in their own history that I'm sure they never thought.
It's always the people on Twitter who feel the religious need to call other people's out 24/7 over basically nothing. I mean, literally nothing in this case. They always have the craziest skeletons in their closet you've ever seen in your life.
Would be brought to the light of day. He has an interesting
tweet.
But let's see what this person has been up to recently, because they're the person who says all VTubers should be political, and I guess they're trying
political unless I disagree with you.
To launch their own campaign based on that. Recently going after
I'm tired of all these quangos claiming they're autistic when they're just
he is
retarded.
Privately a chud because people made artwork of her and Pippa.
I think it's so funny that people treat Pippa like she's some like right-wing like super right-wing individual. In reality, she just has no filter. Like, I like Pippa. She's based because she stands by what she says, not because I agree with everything she says or that she's like that she's right-wing or anything like that.
I suggest a job application if this is something that
these are not the
is
politics
truly
you're
on the
looking
forefront of your mind. But also, I covered this tweet the other day where they were going after Tomoe, as well as Kirsha, and...
These are my top 3 Oshis. W. I gotta say. Kirsha, definitely my Oshi.
Powder as
Kirsha.
well, trying to basically
like
lump
Powder
them
too.
together.
I've never watched Tomoe Umari. before the tomboy bros attacked me. To be fair, her recent actions weren't based. I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's not like Pippa's not some, like, consistently always on the right side of everything individual, or at least on the right side in our view. But you know what I mean.
Some sort of political mess that leads to all of them being canceled by association because a user had the audacity to post a list of their 3 Oshis in the VTubing scene.
I will be back live
now, I guess
tomorrow
that wasn't enough because
Terraria.
Just days later, they added this on, quoting Powder, saying, "Didn't see her on my timeline for several days, and now it's back with some F stuff." And that's very ironic for 2 reasons. Number one, the reason you're seeing
having no
Powder
filter
so much
is
on your
inherently right-wing to these people, as their entire worldview is just dodging 37 landmines a second. Callie might be base, she just doesn't talk about it. Which is totally fine, right? Like, stop. If she just wants to have a happy VTuber stream Also, she's a part of an organization, so there's no way she could ever talk about it in the first place. If she just wants to have a chill VTuber career where she focuses on the internet and having fun and stuff like that, like, more power to her, bro.
Timeline is because you don't stop looking at her account and all of her posts. The algorithm.
Unfortunately, I am cursed with being too autistically invested into politics at this point. Oh, I remember that tweet.
Is working as intended. It's giving you exactly what you've been looking for. And also, you just talked about her like 2 days ago. You made a quote going after her for being problematic. Of course she's going to be on your timeline, and I'm sorry it took a couple days to see it again. But of course, it eventually leads to the post in question that already has a proposed note where they're whining about this interaction between Powder and Banana Juju. And that's where we really start with the context behind everything. Banana Juju, we've talked about her many times.
Hololive has
she was
way
the
too many
subject
Left Heart
of a
fans.
mass cancellation
Cover
campaign
doesn't
about
wanna
2
lose
years
the
ago,
support.
where people were seething about her VTuber design, mainly her dreads and the pale skin of her VTuber model, thinking it's cultural
Which is the correct path. I don't see Hollow by I believe they shouldn't touch politics.
appropriation. Now, of course, the VTubing scene loved to lecture about that, but she blew up overnight because of it, because people are tired of the virtue signaling and they rally behind her, and good for her for continuing to make content to this day and capitalizing on the attention that all the virtue signalers provided to her. Now, this is the post that kind of led to everything, where it is a screenshot of video from Sweden, where you can see the crowd here celebrating Sweden's goal in the World Cup, and Banana Juju says, "I don't recognize my country anymore. I wonder why." When I think of Sweden, when you think of Sweden, what do you think?
When I think of Sweden, I think of blonde hair, blue eye individuals.
Does this represent what you would expect? I think a lot of people would say no, right? I don't think this is an outlandish tweet, but of course people are mad about it. Saying racists will see kids patriotically cheering and be furious about it. And I guess racism is now recognizing changes that are actually happening. Yes, they're happening. Whether
Acknowledging
you're
your
on
country has been conquered. How racist of you. We live in such a clown world, bro.
one side or the other, there are things happening. There's changes happening. It's okay to recognize that, but apparently that's racism, according to these people on Twitter. Here's another quote just going mask off, saying, "Brings me great joy knowing there's nothing these people can do to stop it. And all they can
Pippa
do
used to stream with
is
Kirsa
cry
together.
and
You can still
moan
find the VODs, but Pippa had to stop so it doesn't get the other face girls in trouble. Yeah, I know. I actually watched the old Kirsha Pippa streams
about their country being overrun from behind a
I'm a big
anime
Kirsa
girl
fan.
avatar. LOL. So that thing they said
I've
is
been watching
never
Kirsa for a
happening
long
is actually happening, and now they're saying it's actually a good thing and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm glad they're just clarifying everything that's happening and just going full mask off. I really appreciate the candor of individuals like this on Twitter who really love removing the mask the first chance they get.
When I think
But
of
then there's another
Sweden, I
person
think of
quoting saying,
Skyrim's
"Brother,
strongest Nords,
I'm
not
sorry,
red
but I don't
guards and
think
their
your ancestors would
scimitars."
recognize you either," with a screenshot of her VTuber model. Okay, what are you talking about? That's not a real person. Like, do you need some help? Do you not know how to
No,
distinguish
they don't know the difference between reality and fiction, brother.
fiction from reality? You think this is a real person on your screen right now? Makes no sense. And then, of course, doing the usual stuff. 400 poontang addicted VTuber hashtag LOL. And Banana Juju with the only appropriate response in this situation and ratioing them into the Shadow Realm and apparently into submission as well. But this is where Powder gets involved. Obviously another very controversial VTuber. People love to virtue signal about her. She is someone who routinely gets these cancellation campaigns against her, and all it does is bring more attention to her account. She can get more attention. If these people learned that is the cycle they are producing and actually wanted to stop giving attention to these people they hate so much, maybe
I need to go on Twitter and make people angry more. I need to get the I need to get some evergreen crops, you know what I'm saying?
They would stop doing this, but they're very impulsive. They can't help themselves. They love the virtue signal more than they love to exercise.
I find
any
all the base
logic,
people from
so
these
they
morons
keep
trying
the
to cancel
cycle
them.
going.
Yeah, this is free advertising.
Now, Powder would reply saying, "My heart breaks, bunch of animals," and that really upset the main protagonist of today's video.
Just saying his name, the aura simply coming out of my mouth, absolutely terrifying. Flabberjiggles, like holy moly.
Flabberjiggles, our very woke V-tweeter here, who is very upset. Of course, they say all VTubers should be political, but only in the way that is acceptable to this individual. You know, be political, but not like that, right? So they make their post screenshotting this interaction between Powder and Banana Juju and say, can we do something about how big of a platform these two are allowed to have? Which is a very implicit way of saying I want them deplatformed. This is how the other side works, okay?
I found most of my streamers through who's being canceled. Yeah, can we get an Ando cancellation campaign going? I need to AstroTurf this. It coming from the ground up. Cinema, such aura. Yeah, bro, absolutely terrifying individual. Woke Sam and Max need to burn that site down.
They can't provide a counter argument.
What's up, Owl?
All they want to do is silence you forcibly by deplatforming you, ruining your sponsorships, ruining your platforms. That's the only way they know how to deal with people who think differently than them. Now you can see this interaction, again, completely mask off, really exposing what it's all about. And it's just cancel culture, just canceling people and trying to deplatform them no matter the cost. So you can see
trying to limit or deplatform people is what
idiots
fascists
like
do.
you indirectly gave them a platform, which is entirely true. The people making all these cancel posts don't realize they are only helping in the long run the people they're so mad about. But this user goes mask off saying,
we need to start an Ando is annoyed hate campaign on Twitter.
is the only one you guys can have. We kicked you out of every con.
He's so problematic. Don't go to his YouTube channel.
So here they are just saying, yeah, we go after every one of your opportunities, including appearances at conventions. We're going to put a stop to that. That's what we're doing, and it's a good thing, actually. You know, again, it's another one of those things that was never happening. Then, yeah, it's definitely happening. Oh, wait, it is happening, and now it's a really good thing. Be mad about it, right? They can't even express why certain VTubers like this shouldn't be allowed at conventions and what have you.
Strikes again.
But the other replies are roasting this original poster, showing their all VTubers should be political mantra. Again, only political if it aligns with their politics. That's the only kind that's allowed.
Just such
Here's
a chud,
another
such
reply
a terrible
saying, yet
human,
you
man.
made a VTuber chud / woke list promoting them. Not very woke of you, flabberjiggles. And yes, we have shown this before. This totally sane individual has created a Google spreadsheet of hundreds of VTubers.
Okay, maybe they are autistic. Who is cooking up the freaking Excel spreadsheet? Is that Caleb Hammer's co-host? It did look like him, didn't it?
Categorizing them
lean
as
chud,
woke,
presumed woke, chud, woke, unclear. Yo, can I make it into the chud spreadsheet? Who is this retard, man? There's no way he has this much time on his hands. This is his infamous tweet / chart. Bro, can you imagine being this sad of an individual that you took the time to make this? Like, these people genuinely have nothing going on in their lives at all. From Chonk and the Goonies to Chuds.
Chud, lean chud,
and it was mad he didn't make it into the painter reincarnated list.
Presumed woke, which they attach to typically minorities or women who they don't know about their political stances, and they just presume they're woke because of their
Can I get my own special tier, like a nuclear chud?
identity, which is
Omega Chud.
Very racist and offensive, but you can see the labels here. And oh, look at that. Banana Juju sitting at a...
Wait, I can't DM people on Twitter without Twitter Blue, can I? I was gonna say I'm just gonna DM this guy and tell him to put me in the Chud to put me in the Chud files, the Chudstein files.
Chud,
like,
all in red. Very tough stuff.
I wonder how they would react if they just got freaking DM'd and I'm like,
tweets.
Yo, loser.
Let's check it out.
Put me in the Chud list.
Gives me pandemic vibes when the millionaires tried to tell me what to do, but this time with lesser known people. Karens of an animal abuser, where people are mad about ice and Banana Juju is mocking them. So that's it.
Yo, guys, all these random YouTubers you've never heard or seen their faces of in your entire life are telling you ice bad. You should believe them. Ignore the fact that YouTubers are like the least... YouTubers and Hollywood celebrities are like the most disconnected individuals on planet Earth. Not to mention, I think just in general, being a content creator means you have to have some level of baked-in narcissism to make videos of yourself talking on the internet as though people have to care about you. Like,
you are a chud for life based on that. But of course, we got to check out the other person being talked about today, and that is Powder. I mean, look at this list. It's crazy.
Wait, I want to know what the pink...
You scroll down,
the pink
you
tier
knew it was
was
coming, ladies and gentlemen. Right here, Powder.
Chud.
Now, is there any reason?
Oh no, she's a chud. Guys, I can't watch Powder anymore.
Provided for that.
I love the word
None.
chud. It just means
speaks
nothing,
for
bro.
itself, ladies and gentlemen. Very funny stuff. But of course, this gets much darker. It takes a turn. So you have replies like this saying, "Shut up, you freak," and "Keep
Chud,
away from
super
children."
based.
Now, what is this individual talking about? Well, again, we need some context. This relates to a thread about Anna Valens.
Yuri ASM artist, giantess VTuber prone to Yuri. Can I say that? I feel like this video will get demonetized if I say that.
The Vice reporter who tried to cancel Kirsha, but also made this hit piece on the VTuber agency vAllure, where in the article, they not only accused the company of transphobia, but also implied that they're predatory based on the fact that they have lolly VTuber models.
Wait. Were they denying trans people the ability to voice in this? That's hilarious and so based.
In their agency. Now, of course, people...
Oh, I see. This is VTuber. This is like a VTuber agency. That's so based.
Point out the unbelievable hypocrisy of this.
No,
mainly,
my elf wife can't
I guess,
be. How could
Exhibit
she be a
1
chud?
here, an article written in 2020 by Anna Valens, where they were playing Fall Guys with an adult toy attached to themselves, rigged, where if they interacted with players, the toy would respond.
What? How are we not banned? Excuse me? The booba shading on that was problematic. Yeah.
Basically getting gratification off of players without their consent, which makes
Kids
it
game,
even
by the way.
crazier.
Yeah, true. Is there prox chat? Say there's not prox chat in this game. Like, I'm actually... If there's prox chat, I'll be so concerned.
Because this is a game that is primarily played by
Degenerates.
children.
Yeah, bro.
If you don't...
These are the people trying to moral police you, by the way. Like, what the frick is wrong with these people? I remember back in the day, you know, you would be shamed out of society if people knew that you did this. Nowadays, people will subscribe to your OF to watch you do this. Like, what happened to society? What happened to everybody's brain, man?
See a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you.
Like,
This is
we need to talk about the problem of women like this, but we also need to talk about the simp problem that enables women like this.
beyond disgusting behavior. But the thread we're going to look at now was discussing this and how consent works and how stuff like this is extremely wrong. But of course, going down through the conversation, one user was bringing up scenarios where there was public scenarios where someone wasn't directly engaging with something that is without someone's consent, but they didn't get caught. And Flabberjiggles here was trying to justify it as no big deal as long as no one notices. And here, you can see them saying, dang, you're right. But if this is the case, then what is the difference between that and someone getting off to any other photo of a child?
What? Yeah. This guy.
We're talking about whether or not the photo was taken with knowledge. But to this individual, it doesn't matter if they knew or not. And also, what's
Jarvis,
the big
start
deal,
the wood
apparently,
chipper.
according to them, if someone's getting off to that? And the other user says they're both bad, but taking the photo of a real child is worse. Where they reply saying, I don't think it's a crime
okay
to get off
rid
to
of someone
anything
if no
unless
one
you
notices.
obtain that anything illicitly.
You might be onto something.
So as long as, I guess, it was taken not in an illegal way,
I don't know. Some
you
would
can
argue
do
that it would
what-
be a crime to not to not have pay-per-view getting rid of getting rid of the wood chipper class, you know?
whatever you want to it according to this individual. Wow. So yeah, this thread's not going the way they thought, because without going after people like Powder and Banana Juju, people would have not discovered things like that. And it's truly heinous. It's every single time. The people who are wagging their fingers at all the problematic VTubers, what they're saying right there is infinitely more concerning and disgusting and problematic than anything these other VTubers are doing. It is pure projection, ladies and gentlemen, and I guess you kind of reap what you sow when you try to make an entire identity about canceling wrong thing people when you have your own actual crazy tweets.
It'd always be the people that call stuff like this out. Like, they're not even calling anything out. They're just moral masturbating on the internet. They always have the craziest skeleton. They're not even skeletons, bro. They're like Goliath's half decomposed body in the closet, you know? Like, what is going on, bro?
Still alive. Those aren't even screenshots. Those are still alive to this day. Did we learn anything? Probably not. This individual will probably continue doing this over and over again. I'm sure they have some sick justification for that heinous interaction we just saw, but that's the way these people roll, I guess. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. If you
Not
enjoyed,
the
please
wood
consider
chipper.
giving the video a
The
like,
squad at
consider
best.
subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams live every week here on YouTube.
That might be a waste of,
But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Might be a waste of lead, though.
And I'll see you next time.
Those things are expensive, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Only the worst possible human beings on display 24/7. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. All right, what is this about?
This is called karma. This is what happens, right? This is called karma. Twitch streamer Frogan and
I forgot. I'm sorry. I should have had a warning. I totally forgot that I had this video pulled up. I'm sorry that you have to see it. Like, I can't cover her face. Like, I'm so sorry. That should have been a warning. Are you guys prepared yourselves now? Get the bleach for my eyes.
YouTuber Ethan Klein's default judgment hearing. So a default judgment is when you don't respond to a
You know,
lawsuit.
they say your body
and
can
you
recognize what
lose
happens
by
for the second
default.
post-guillotine.
Now
Maybe
she's
we can
lost
test that.
$180,000. As of right now, her GoFundMe is
Bro, in
currently
front of my McDonald's. My bad,
$39,000.
dog.
Is still
My bad.
accepting donations,
My
the
eyes.
vast majority of which have not gone towards legal defense. What
I'm
have
sorry,
they gone?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to pay reparations and funding the bleach needed to cleanse your eyes.
On towards nobody knows.
Irreparable harm.
No wonder one of them
caused
mentioned
to
180. I was like, 180. I was like,
ocular,
my student loans. I was like, what?
Ocular
180? I could go to the IDubs route. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not apologizing for shit. I'm not apologizing for jack shit. I'd rather peel my toenails off one by one and pluck every single hair follicle I have than apologize to Ethan.
Why do you do this? What's wrong with you?
30 Frogan is the closest to making me go gay. That's actually how the freaking alphabet mafia people need to turn the populaces gay. Show straight people pictures of Frogan.
4 viewers, by the way. 2 hours into the show.
At the end of the day, guys, don't worry. I'm cooking.
What are you cooking?
People love to think that I'm ignoring everything happening. I'm not. I didn't know there was an update. I guess it just happened like 2
What
hours
does
ago.
5 gifted equals 24 disco piece mean, bro?
Which is after business hours for lawyers, but don't worry.
Dude, this is the biggest. I've had so many calls with my lawyers at 9 at night. You know those guys are around all the time. Team lawyers? I mean, I guess, right?
Just to be clear, she raised $39,000 on a GoFundMe for a legal defense.
You can actually get paid for anything at this point, man. I need to start some, like, fake LARP cause. Be like, guys, fund Ando. He's just so... He's just so in need of your help. Can we get $600,000? Because I don't know, man. It reminds me of that one lady that raised a ton of money after she called that kid an N-word and got fired from her job. And I'm like, hold on a minute. This might be the new meta. She might be onto something. I'm sure she says that, but if she was put in a room and someone was going to actually peel her toenails, she would buckle in a millisecond. Yeah, of course. I now understand how Sharia law pushed for the full face hijab. Disco bacon pieces.
That didn't even show up.
I don't know what's going through her head because she seems to think she hasn't lost. But I promise you, Frogan, you have lost.
If you fight a Jew in court, rest assured, you will lose.
However, from Frogan. No.
At the end of the day, you guys don't think I'm stupid.
I think
I'm
she's
curious
stupid.
how you can cook on a default judgment.
I'm curious how you can cook on a default judgment. That's a good question.
I can cook. I had the video paused 52% of the time.
What does this have to do with the... Did you read the lawsuit? I mean, did you even read it?
I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
It's the stated malicious intent to steal.
At the end of the day, I don't understand why people stalk the docket. It's so crazy to me.
It's because people hate you.
U.S. military? Who f***ing who? I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
Duh. How are you confused by
If she
that?
can make it as a content creator, I'll be just fine. I can cook. I mean, considering your weight.
People are coming in here telling me shit I didn't even know about my own law.
Gonna get taken down for harassment.
Oh my god, man. She doesn't even understand what's being discussed. Whereas like the Frogan one was a lot more obvious. Like default judgment is like...
Was it? Wait, was it? Or are you just as stupid and don't know what happened there either? You have been wrong confidently throughout this entire process and your audience doesn't know any better and they're just like desperately looking for something to confirm their biases and to
Why did the court say it was a default judgment then?
It's pretty obvious that you were wrong.
You can just look it up. How is it that nobody understands what actually is happening?
All of these guys are actively lying to you.
Is the court document? Oh my.
If you follow these stupid reactionary fucking lawyers, oh, socialist, why won't he give these guys money? Trust me, if I offer support, you won't know about it.
I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hassan Piker. Hassan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support.
Based.
It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for helping me without providing any.
It's actually crazy how dumb these people are. It really is. It's so sad.
It's hilarious that they actually think Hassan's gonna like stand up for them. 189 out of 2,000 subscribers. What?
I fucking hate it. It's been bad for a few months.
Forget about the money, just have fun.
It's my job, though. I have to focus on the fucking money.
I can't wait for it when it comes out Hassan flipped on Sigum in the recent DOJ indictment. Yeah. All these lawyer chuds are lying to the judge. Oh, man. All right, I wanted to watch. I want to watch Louis versus new video, and then I want to watch. I wanted to watch Bernie and Diabolical Stuff, and then I'll probably hop off because I still got to stream tomorrow. We're starting Terraria Calamity tomorrow. It's gonna be. You're gonna watch me get clapped for probably 4 hours straight. I'm not gonna lie.
Funny thing about the end of the world is that nobody notices when it actually starts.
Bro, this is a sick gen to start off the video, by the way.
We will make this world a better place.
But right now, we've got a war to win.
All right, listen up, team. You are approaching target area in
Giga
T
Chat Skybrows makes me crack up every single time, man.
minus 10. All units ready. Gear up, brothers. Eye sharp, heads down. You die out there, I'm not filling out the paperwork.
Skyborg.
If the shadows swallow me whole, I'm going down fighting.
Is that OAIO Birdman?
But I'll hold the line. If the weight is crushing down,
This is really cool already.
Lord knows I'm trying. 'Cause this faith is all that we claim.
Silas.
Yeah, this faith is all that we claim. If the storm is tearing through, I'll kneel in the wreckage. No escape, no surrender now. It's
Lady Wasabi's the goat, yeah.
it's gone. So I'll lift my broken voice.
Have fun, boys.
I don't know who the samurai guy was, actually. I've never seen him before. Rockin', yeah, it's cool. Think about pseudo mobile, bro. That's Nightway, Holy Ball. Akno, holy frick, Akno's jacked. Gravy, that's cool.
And I look at the sky, we'll weep, I will lake, but I won't let it break. Going down, I'm going down.
Actually, quite a few people I don't really recognize him here. Lady Wasabi has a very cool like style that she goes for with all her videos. It's very unique. That's a cool design for Blue. Is that play astronomical? That's a crazy play astronomical. Here's up clandestine. How you doing, dude? Catching the tail end.
But heart still commanded. I'll meet the storm standing. And I'll look at the sky. I will weep, I will ache, but I won't let it break. Going down, I'm going down, fighting. I'll fight through the fall.
Like, this is so funny, dude. It's so good, though. Delta Wolf.
Going down, I'm going down, fighting. I'll stand until the end. And I look at the sky.
Is that powder?
That's my shield. On you I depend.
Catgirl Ember Paradox.
Until the end. I look at the sky. I will weep. I will leak. I won't. I'm going down fighting.
This is a sick video, bro.
Till my last
Lee
breath
Mizuki.
I fight.
Nathaniel.
Until I hold your light.
She put everybody in here, bro. Nah, that was sick, dude. Wasabi cooked. Gotta drop a comment for the algorithm, you know. Absolute cinema. Very cool. She did make me look sick at the end as well. Where was I? I'm somewhere in here. Look at me, bro. I even got earrings. I look clean. No, this was a sick video from Louisverse. Absolute banger. I would love to know what the prompt she uses, man. Like, the styles on this are so cool. Like, this is such a cool style. All right, let's watch Diabolical's video. I don't know why, man. I just always love Diabolical's music, man. He's always putting out so much stuff, dude. Alien dance crew.
Diabolical.
We've been making some good bangers, yeah. Diabolical's is so good, man. I always look forward to seeing what he's gonna put out next. And everybody's stuff's so good, man. Like, all the people in just, like, the Skybrow's adjacent community. The Saloon, like, Tartarus, Skynet, the Pod, all that stuff. Everybody's stuff is just so good, man. I don't know if I should watch Bernie's thing or if I should save it for the next time he shows up. Maybe I should save it for the next time he shows up. I feel kind of bad if I watch it and he's not here.
Do the thing.
Abyssal Studios. Peak. Fire. Love his blue pin haze. Yeah. I love Diabolical stuff, man. Alright, I think I'll actually save Bernie's stuff for the next time he shows up. I feel bad watching it if he's not here. Oh, wait, I just realized I'm not even subbed to Asmongold's freaking... I'm not going to watch this police chase. I was going to watch it at the start of stream, but it's already been 4 hours. Tomorrow is going to be Terraria Calamity. The beginning of watching me get pounded out by Terraria Calamity for however many hours. I wonder how far I'll actually make it tomorrow. Surely I can get past, like, the first two, maybe the first two bosses in 4 hours? Am I a noob or not? It really depends. Surely I can at least beat the Eye of Cthulhu in 4 hours, man. I Easter egged that in my first video. You will not, bro. Come on. Where's your faith, man? I'm absolutely gonna dominate Terraria. Surely. I have 2,700 hours in Terraria and never beat it. That cannot be true, bro. What? I hope you mean Calamity. Never beat the base game? Do you actually have 2,700 hours? Like, what were you doing? Are you building the God world or whatever, man? You're just building the sexiest freaking world anybody's ever seen? I did mine out all the blocks of a large map. That explains it. Oh, that's crazy, dude. You've never beat Moonlord? Bro was gooning to the Dryad. But I've been playing it since the game was released. this guy was straight up gooning it, bro. Like, what do you mean you have 2,700 hours and you haven't beat it? That's crazy. I've also never finished the main campaign of Skyrim. Are you one of those people that just can't finish things? Wait, pause. That sounds crazy, no? Are you one of those people that doesn't like to like finish a game or finish a show or whatever because you know that you won't have any more left to watch or play? You one of those people? Just never wanted to? Fair enough, man. Hey, you own the game, you can do whatever you want with it, bro. That's just crazy. It's okay, because Skyrim's main campaign is kind of trash. Alright. It was a good stream, guys. I'm gonna go to bed now. Actually, I'm probably gonna chop up some parts of this stream and string them together for a video. Man, I need to start making some shorts, probably. I don't know if anybody wants to watch shorts of a PNG tuber. Maybe I'm crazy. Like, I feel like if I had a model, it would make a lot more sense, but I don't really know how I'd splice together PNG tuber shorts. Alright, but I'll see you guys tomorrow. You're gonna watch me suffer tomorrow, that's for sure. Have a good night, guys.